Witness the greatest sporting event in the world.
Spectacular performance.
There's live sport for everyone on Discovery Plus.
Well, good evening, everybody. After 6 scintillating days of live action at the Morningside Arena in Leicester, we now know the identity of 28 of the 32 players who'll be making that long journey north to Yorkshire and the Barbican Theatre for the MrQ UK Championship, which starts 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon. We had the draw this afternoon, and incredibly, the very first players in action are the men who closed out last year's UK Championship. Mark Allen, the defending champion, once again up against qualifier Ding Junhui. Remember, Ding led that final 6-1 and then only won one further frame as Allen got the hands on the trophy at the venue where he had finished runner-up to Judd Trump back in 2011 when we first returned to the Barbican from our previous home in Telford. There is nothing quite like the UK Championship. It is an absolutely superb event, and there are 4 places left in the big one. Quick rundown of the matches to come this evening. They start very, very shortly. Zhou Yulong is up against Ian Burns. Ian Burns has already won 3 matches to give himself a chance of a second appearance in the last 32. He first got there in 2019, beat Michael Holt, and then lost to John Higgins when he eventually got there. Zhou Yulong beat Hamad Mia 6-4, but did trail 4-1. The winner of this one, by the way, will face Neil Robertson. Scott Donaldson is up against Hossein Vafai. Really looking forward to that one. Scott Donaldson made short work of Sam Craigie 6-1, and Craigie has appeared at the Crucible. And Hossein Vafai dispatched, and that is the only way you can describe it, the Minister of Defence, Martin O'Donnell, 6-0. And for the last 2 successive years, Hossein has beaten none other than multiple world champion Mark Selby in York, twice in a row. No mean feat there. Pang Jung-Hsu is up against Craig Steadman. Craig Steadman has never made the last 32 of the UK Championship. He was one of the reserve names in case not the whole field of 129 decided to take part in qualifying. So he snuck in the back door. He's beaten Petrov, Aaron Hill and Jimmy Robertson coming through a tense decider there. Pang Jung-Hsu, a really, really good win for him over Mark Davis, a former semi-finalist. Might have been as far back as 2012 when Mark Davis made the last 4 on our second year back at the Barbican. And then David Lilly against Elliot Slessor on table 4. It's a North-East derby. Lilly won the World Seniors when we were back in Sheffield post-COVID. I think it was 2021. And Elliot Slessor has appeared at the Crucible a couple of times. They've both beaten former world champions to get here. Very, very good performance from David Lilly to beat Stuart Bingham 6-2. And Elliot Slessor overcame Graham Dott 6-3. So those two know each other's games inside out and back to front. Right. If you're just getting back from work and you didn't see our draw at 4 o'clock this afternoon, here is a quick recap of who's up against who before we join Dave Hendon for the live action this evening. 4 spaces left. The headline I've already touched on, Mark Allen facing Ding Junhui in a rerun of last year's final. Tom Ford's up against Noppon Siankam. Noppon was delighted to come through his match yesterday. Ford is seeded in the top 16 for the first time in his career. Multiple UK champion Mark Williams is up against Fang Zhengyi. Fang Zhengyi, remember, beat Ronnie O'Sullivan 10-9 in the European Masters final last year. Kyron Wilson up against Jamie Clark. Jamie Clark beat Dave Gilbert yesterday 6-5. It was about 11:45 by the time we saw him in interview. Mark Selby's up against Mark Joyce, who survived an epic fight back from Joe Perry. It very nearly went to a decider. 2 of the frames were pretty much bang on the hour. Barry Hawkins is up against Ben Wollaston. Ben Wollaston's had an awful time with illness and injury away from the table, so that was a big win for him this afternoon, ensuring we have 4 Leicester men in the last 32. Jack Lisowski's up against Jamie Jones. Jamie Jones was a confident winner last night, and he's made the quarters before, although it was a little while ago in 2016. And Judd Trump will face Pang Jung-Hsu or Craig Steadman, who are about to play this evening. That's the top half of the draw. And how about that? Tuesday afternoon, Ronnie O'Sullivan against Anthony McGill. They played in the World Championship second round a couple of years ago. McGill led something like 10-5. Ronnie came back to force a decider and McGill got himself over the line. I think Rob Milkins, reigning Welsh Open champion, against Tepchire Unnu, former shootout champion. That could be one of the fastest, most entertaining first-round matches in York. Great encounter to come. John Higgins, a multiple UK champion. I still can't believe the comeback he produced against Willow in 2010. He'll be up against Joe O'Connor, who beat former UK champion Stephen Maguire. He led 4-0. Maguire had 3 on the spin for 4-3, but O'Connor eventually got over the line. Neil Robertson lies in wait for Zhou Yulong or Ian Burns. It would be an incredible story for Ian Burns if he were to make it 4 successive victories here at the Morningside and book his place at the Barbican. But Zhou Yulong has made the semis up in York before. Sean Murphy will face the winner of Scott Donaldson and Hossein Vafai. It's impossible to call that one. The Scot against the Iranian. Carter and Selt, it's reigning German Masters champion against former Indian Open winner, and they are practice partners and know each other's game inside out. So does Slesser and Lilly. The winner of that one will face the newly crowned International Championship winner Zhang Anda, who is second on the one-year list. And Wan Si-jun will be taking on reigning world champion Luca Brecel, having beaten former world champion Ken Doherty this afternoon. Some fantastic matches to come at the Barbican. And, Dave, there are 4 more after we've been here for a blistering, eye-watering 6 days of live snooker. We have 4 more matches to come before we wrap up Judgment Day Part 2. You and Stephen Hallworth, take it away.
Thank you, Rob. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, so this is the 4-table setup here. We'll be going around the tables, bringing you the best action from each of them. We're just going to establish each match in turn, just to show you what's happening in the very early stages. So Zhou Yulong, of course, been a ranking event runner-up semi-finalist in York. Well, actually, it wasn't in York. It was Milton Keynes 2020 in the lockdown. But he's got to the last 4 of this UK Championship. Up against Ian Burns, who's had a great run, hasn't he? He won 2 6-0s and then a 6-2 against Jack Jones. So just 2 frames dropped for Ian Burns from the home of the former host city, of course, of the UK Championship, Preston. But Zhou Yulong is one of those players you wouldn't be at all surprised to see him get on a bit of a run. Of course, we now know, and the players will know as well, who they would play if they got through. And for these two, it's Neil Robertson. Stephen is here after a brief respite. Stephen, ready for the final push?
Yeah, one big push now. 4 places left up for grabs. Funny, I wonder if any of the players looked at the draw that we're playing this evening. They know what their prize is now. They know who they're going to be playing if they win their match this evening. Plenty more action, of course. Myself and Dave bringing you it all live as it happens. Zhou Yulong played very, very well in his match against Hamid Mir in the previous round. From 4-1 down, he's made 111, 61, 79, 58, 66. Didn't miss a ball from 4-1 down. Can he do the same tonight?
Okay, so they're underway. Zhou Yulong looking good in the early stages. Hossein Vafai, a lot of people would feel would be dangerous if he qualified. He's up against Scott Donaldson to get to York. And as you can see, Vafai 39-0 up here. Beat Martin O'Donnell 6-0 the other night. O'Donnell did struggle. The winner plays Sean Murphy, which will be a tasty one in the first round in York.
Yeah, and again, another one that played very, very well in his previous round, Hossein Vafai. Scored very nicely when he had to. Couple of centuries in that game.
Yeah, he was in the top 16 earlier this season, but has dropped out now then. Big blue here. Not to beat. So a 39-point lead in the first frame. 39. Scott Donaldson had the perfect view of that blue, didn't he? Table 3 is an interesting one. Pang Zhengzhou and Craig Steadman. Now, Pang was runner-up in the WST Classic here at the Morningside Arena in Leicester last season. That was back in March. Craig Steadman is actually not currently on the professional tour, so he's looking to qualify as an amateur. He was actually wasn't in the event originally, was first reserve. and managed to get in. And, well, he might be in here because Pang's missed that. So a big night for Craig Steadman. That would be a real feather in his cap if he could make it all the way to the Barbican.
Yeah, massive opportunity for Craig, as you say. Was a first reserve for the event. Currently plays on the Q Tour. What a result for him it would be this week if he can make it all the way to the Barbican. You never know how many call-ups you're going to have as a top-up player. Boy, has he made the most of his opportunity this week. He's played some very solid stuff, actually. Gone a little bit under the radar, has Craig. We all know how good he can play on his day. It's great to see him playing well.
And the winner plays Judd Trump in round 1 in York. Some prize waiting there. Craig Steadman looking to just settle into the evening. He's already had to win 3 matches. Beat Jimmy Robertson 6-5 in the most recent of them.
4.
And the other match that's on tonight, it's a northeast derby between Elliot Slessor and David Lilly. Obviously know each other very well. And they're just underway. Slessor 10 points in front here.
Yeah, big occasion for both players, actually. And a big occasion for the club as well, because they both practice at the North East Snooker Centre. So I can imagine a lot of the guys there will be sat watching this. Difficult to know who to cheer on in that respect, but I suppose may the best man win.
Yeah, Lilly got loads of experience, as Rob said, former World Seniors champion. I guess that the two of them have had to sort of avoid each other today as best they can. Just focus on this match here. I think this could be a really tough game, actually. Obviously, they know each other well. They know each other's games well. Very competitive, both of them. So anyway, we're underway on all 4 tables. And as I say, we'll keep you across the best action from all of them as the night progresses. So we're underway, and as I say, these are the 4 matches that we're going to be following. The last 4 qualifiers to be found for the UK Championship proper first round, which of course starts on Saturday afternoon. So let's go back to table 1, where Zhou Yulong was in, but as you can see, he's no longer in. Ian Burns here, who's played 3 matches for the loss of only 2 frames, so we know he's playing good stuff. Liam Highfield 6-0, he beat Jack Jones. World Championship quarter-finalist 6-2.
15.
One more match needed to set up that, well, intriguing meeting it would be with Neil Robertson. Of course, he's struggling a bit for form at the moment.
Yeah, and that's a brace of couple really solid results for Ian Burns. To be 12 frames to 2 against Highfield and Jack Jones. That just underlines how well he's playing at the moment, and he'll be full of confidence coming into this game. Big opportunity, big ranking points, big prize money. There's a lot to play for tonight.
Yeah, as I say, for many years, 20 years actually, this UK Championship was synonymous with the Guildhall in Preston. That's where Ian Burns is from, Preston. Another very strong pocket for the game in the northwest of England. Well, he looks confident. You know, he's certainly match sharp, having won 3 matches already, right from the first round.
39.
So it was a bit straight on the black there, so he's going to have to take this red to the middle. This is a little tester early on in this frame. and the match. Well, they didn't really get that close to it. That was a pressure pot.
Yeah, you felt that had he potted it, almost certainly would have won the frame. We've actually had a tweet from someone in Preston saying that they passed the sadly closed Guildhall several times today. Used to watch the UK Championship there as a kid in the 80s. I'm sure I read it was reopening, but maybe that's not happened yet. Or maybe there's some complication. It was a great venue for sure. As indeed is the Barbican in York, where this event, of course, has made its home now.
So a bit of a tense opener here. On table 1, Zhou Yulong with a chance for the steal. Was in front to start with. Ian was looking like he was going well there. Missed the red to middle. They're all waiting for him now.
Yeah, this is a dramatic start for sure. Zhou Yulong, a player who has sort of threatened to really break through into the top 16. Hasn't quite managed it yet in terms of getting in and staying in. Currently 26 in the world. He beat Hamad Mir 6-4. He was quite a way behind in that one. 3-0 down, I think, at one point.
So I wonder if this frame will set the tone for the match. Important exchanges very early on. These early frames are so important. You want to try and just stamp your authority, try and settle as quickly as possible out there. All the guys know what's on offer this evening for the winners.
So, brown and blue to take this opening frame. Ian Burns was looking good till he missed that red to middle. And this will be only the third frame he's lost in 3 and a bit matches in the qualifiers this year. Been a nicely controlled break this, and just what he wanted to settle down. He was in first, he broke down. Ian Burns had the chance, didn't take it. So, Zhou Yulong leads Ian Burns 1-0. Let's go to table 2, where Hussein Rafai is taking on Scott Donaldson. And he's at 28 in front, but Donaldson is at the table here. Scott Donaldson, who had a great win over Sam Craigie, who won a couple of matches at York last season, 6-1.
Well, he's just potted that blue to the middle and tried to drift across the face of these reds, and in doing so got a little bit too close to them. So this is quite a thin little cut back red into this corner pocket. This has to go. Yeah, just wriggles in, that's okay. Nicely on the yellow to get back down the table for the reds. And the yellow just wriggled in as well, and that cue ball needs to run on a touch, so you have to pop this with the rest. Well, it's a pretty big stretch for him. He's not the tallest of players.
Donaldson looking to reach the last 32 for the third time in his career in this UK Championship. Currently number 50 in the world. He was in the last 16 of the British Open. That's his best run so far this season.
That was a pretty nice strike on the pink there. Tough little pot back across the table for the Reds. Played it well.
16.
Little stun run just come across the back of the red again. That brown is going to be a problem though. Probably going to be a brown ball game. Now those Scots just got to try and focus on potting these reds in a couple of colours. Get back into the frame. Well, Cannon in the red has just held the cue ball up a touch, so he's going to have to play another good one now. Probably top it round 2 for the red into the opposite corner pocket.
$24. 25.
Potted some good balls in this break so far as Scott. Now he's got pink to get up for the yellow. If he can get nicely on the yellow, he can pretty much pick his spot where he wants to leave the cue ball on the green, and can definitely try and leave an angle to pot the green and dislodge the brown, but needs to get somewhere straight on this yellow. Yeah, that'll do nicely.
31.
He can just pull back maybe 12 inches here, leave himself the green, screw down the table, try and get the brown off the cushion. That looks about perfect. So, decision time, Scott. Got the nice angle to try and get that brown off the cushion. Oh, he's got into that a bit too much.
36.
Not easy to play a telling safety shot from there either. Can't really do too much with this.
No, so this frame in the balance. Once again, you can contact myself and Stephen if you have any comments about
36.
what you're watching, or maybe your reaction to the draw, which is some tasty matches there. What do you think about who might come through, who will be the seeds vulnerable maybe in the first round, the top 16 players who may possibly fall? On Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, I'm at Dave Hendon. It's at Dave Hendon. Stephen is at Stephen Hallworth. At Stephen Hallworth, you can also message at We Are WST. That's the World Snooker Tour account.
So I think Hossein has actually got the snooker here on the brown. So Scott's going to be coming one cushion here, make contact with the brown. Probably play this at a bit of pace to try and get distance between cue ball and object ball. There you can see it's a full ball snooker, so he's looking for anything full on this brown. A pretty full contact would do.
Greg Steadman's won the opening frame against Pang Jung-Zhu. Still first frame, Slesser and Lily. Not much happening, to be honest, in that frame. So Scott Donaldson, 7 in front, has a chance of this brown. This would be an early blow to land if he can knock this in and win the frame.
Sorry.
I think he spoke to the referee. I'm not quite sure what he said. Pretty cool way of playing it, and in it goes. So Scott Donaldson needs this blue, and it looks like 1-0 to him. Pretty tough opening frame. Remember, the winner of this match will play Sean Murphy in the first round proper next week in York. In goes the pink, so it is first blood to Scott Donaldson. But of course, Hossein Vafai has happy memories of the Barbican in York. The last 2 years he's beaten the same player, Mark Selby, and we can go back to last year and show you exactly how he did the double over the Jester.
Yeah, cue ball up behind brown, yellow in the middle of the table. If you get the snooker, it's not only easy to hit, sorry, not only difficult to hit, but you could leave it on. Big shot this. Expect him to get close. Must admit, surprised he went that way. Good shot, but you know, all things considered, absolutely good shot. But I think Mark will get this yellow somewhere around full ball and send it back up towards baulk. Lots of pace, looking to get it thick. Got it half ball. What's he left? Well, it's on. All right, he might not be able to get absolutely right in behind the green, but very doable. big shot coming up on this green.
Two.
Well, he's given himself every chance. But there's huge pressure on these. Oh, it's a terrific pot. Hussein Vafai beat Mark Selby last year. It was a different sort of match because he made all the early running and he won 6-2. This has been closer. It's been high quality. I don't think Selby's done much wrong. But Vafai has been strong in all departments. He needs the blue. And Lightning will have struck twice 14. Here at the Barbican. Another victory over Selby, who, as usual, has battled and battled and battled. But Vafai got that snooker. Selby left the yellow on. And right now he needs a snooker with just pink and black on. And in goes the pink. And it's Hussein Vafai who will take on Jack Lazowski in the last 16 of the UK Championship. Another seed has fallen here at the Barbican. So that was last year, and as we know, Hussein Vafai framed down in the final qualifying round this year to Scott Donaldson. All these matches, of course, best of 11, long way to go yet. As you can see, it's only the Slessor-Lilly match that's yet to complete a frame. Now, table 3 is an interesting one, I think, because Pang Zhengzhou is a rising star of the game. Craig Steadman is playing under amateur status, but he has won the first frame, Steadman.
25.
He's got a lot of experience. Pang reached the last 16 3 years ago in the UK, and this season is best the last 16 of the International Championship. And last season he made rapid improvements. He got to his first quarter-final. The next ranking event, his first semi-final. And the next ranking event, his first final. The WST Classic. He qualified for the Crucible through Ronnie O'Sullivan on day 1, which was a bit of a baptism of fire, to say the least. As I say, he's had a few disappointing results this season. So if he could get to York, that would be a real step forward, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a real solid player, is Pang. So dedicated, as they all are, you know, but I've seen him practicing all the hours under the sun at the academies. He's very methodical. Got a real theory behind what he does. Does it very well as well. But he's got a tough game in Craig Steadman. Vastly experienced, amateur status, but not amateur by player. We all know how good Craig can play. I think this is going to be a real close match.
But you know.
Well, the plant helps massively because now that has opened all them reds and there's enough there for him to take this second frame. Here's another look at that plant. Must have been close to being set. Played it very nicely, and in doing so, it's opened the reds up. He's controlled that one well as well. Great chance.
Yeah, he's got a reputation as a tough cookie. He's only 23, still making his way. 34 in the rankings right now, but obviously a big boost were he to qualify. So this red is frame ball.
$59.
Yeah, so it's going to be one each, and that's a good response from Pang. Now then, his compatriot, Zhou Yulong. As we pick it up, he's on a nice break here. The cue ball just hanging on. He could make a century. It's going to be 2-0 either way. Ian Burns had a good chance, didn't he, in frame one, but Zhou Yulong has stepped up here.
Yeah, and how costly is that misread to middle from Ian in the opening frame going to be in this match? Because had he had gone on to take in that frame, it would have settled him down, but it was a little bit of a nervy one. And all that nervous energy stays with you going into the next frame. And we can see Yulong nicely building momentum here. Mopped them up nicely in the opener. Straight in this frame with a chance of a ton. What a start from the youngster.
Yeah, this is terrific stuff. Determined to make this century. Blue and red will see him home. Yeah, nicely done from Zhou Yulong. And that's actually his 23rd century of the season. So it just shows you he's been scoring really well.
Yeah, that's very impressive, actually. We all know how good he can play. And maybe he's just hitting form at the right time. Of course, this is a massive event.
106.
This has been a really nicely constructed break as well. He's a very tidy break builder. Back in Sheffield as well now. Was over in Darlington at the Q House. I believe he's rebased himself at the home of snooker.
111.
Yeah, 23 centuries this season. Judd Trump's way out in front on 46 as he misses that brown. But then you've got Mark Williams on 24. And Zhou joins Zhang Andra and John Higgins on 23. So that just shows you how well he's playing so far. David Lilly has just won the first on table 4. And this is the scene here this evening. It's one each, Pang and Craig Steadman. It's 2-0 Zhou Yulong over Ian Burns. So table 3, I think, is calling for us. Sorry, table 2, I should say. Hussein Vafai and Scott Donaldson. By the simple fact, this is the only table they're actually playing on. And Scott Donaldson is 1-0 up. He won a very close first frame.
So last of the obvious open reds.
32.
We're looking for an angle on colour here to try and dislodge something else.
33.
Just wants to get a few balls moving here. They are quite loosely packed. Just looked at possibility of leaving the red at the bottom of the pack, and in potting that will be able to dislodge some as well. So a couple of options for Scott. He's just flicked the red above the black. That was the last thing he wanted to do. Had to avoid that red, and he hasn't, so that could be end of break.
Well, meanwhile, I've had a few predictions for next week. Ryan Rysdale is saying that I predict the top 3 seeds, Mark Allen, Luca Purcell and Ronnie O'Sullivan, will lose in round 1. That's quite a prediction to make. Marcus Bonza, Yuan-Si Jun is my outsider to have a good run in York. Usually you'd be gutted drawing the world champion in the first round proper, but Luca Purcell is out of sorts. Si Jun has improved a lot recently. I think he's great to watch. Of course, he beat Ken Doherty at 3 centuries this afternoon. Mike Brown says, Mark Allen won't have it easy, but I'd be really worried if I were Tom Ford or Robert Milkins. Scott Rudderham. Ronnie has the worst draw of the seeds, getting Anthony McGill, in my opinion. I'll be with Trump to win the whole event. I think O'Sullivan's only lost once to McGill. That was the famous match, though, at the Crucible. I guess everyone remembers.
Yeah, you could make a case for every qualifier coming through, because the sheer fact that they've had some matches under the belts go into the Barbican, they'll all feel match sharp, they'll all be full of confidence. Worth noting as well that the seeded players at the Barbican have to win their game to qualify to keep their ranking points. Of course, they get the prize money still, but it's those ranking points that matter. Of course, the players that have qualified already have those ranking points in the bag. But yeah, it's not a bad shout about Yuan Sijun and Luca Brissell. Luca has been out of sorts.
Yeah, he just hasn't been playing, really. That's been the issue. He pulled out of a couple of tournaments, and you can understand he's enjoying the remarkable fruits of his success, but maybe he's lost a bit of pace with some of the other top players who have been playing.
Yeah, but as easy as we can say that he's been struggling, we all saw what happened at the World Championships at the back end of last season. That boy can kick into gear at any time. He's the world champion for a reason.
Donna Marie Porter says, thanks for your coverage of Judgment Day. Really appreciate it, from Northern Ontario, Canada. Looking ahead, I'm hoping to see Ronnie and Mark Allen in the final. Be a pretty good final, wouldn't it? Thanks for watching. We had a lot of people in North America actually tuning in as Vafai knocks that one in.
One.
Yeah, and there you see his reaction to finishing in no man's land.
Yeah, he could have landed anywhere there, Hussein, and he's landed right up behind the blue. He's got no shot on a colour to try and take anything on. So he's getting the spider out here. May just be trying to rest up to the pink. This is a delicate little one. Oh, he's played it well, actually. That's a pretty good shot from there.
I think it was foul.
Oh, well, he's called a foul on himself, I think.
That was my thinking as well, but I was waiting for you to confirm. So I would say it was a foul. Foul. Hussein Buffet 1, Scott Donaldson 6.
Well, he has called a foul on himself. The referee wasn't too sure, but Hossein is saying that he felt that maybe he's just sort of rolled over the top of the cue ball with his tip, because he was cueing down on it. Not so much a push shot, but he's just like rolled over the top of the white, and that'll be why he's ended up so close to the pink. I thought he'd played a good shot, but fair play to Hussein. Every credit for that call.
Absolutely. That's just brilliant to see. Not for him to the position he's in, but the honesty. You know, he could have got away with that, let's be honest. He's played the old hit and hope. Well, just a bit of sort of, not frustration, but he just couldn't think of anything else to do there.
Yeah, a couple of disastrous shots really for Hussein. That was such a shame on the pink, but he's had to go for the hit and hope. Here we see it again. It's going to be very difficult to see that with the naked eye. You know, it's almost impossible to see. It's a feeling that the player, you know, if you've made a foul in that scenario, you know, queuing down over the ball like that, declared it straight away. Referee said he didn't see it, so every credit to him.
And then the next shot he played has given Scott Donaldson a good chance. He's 46 in front.
Six.
So he's already well in front in this frame, is Scott Donaldson. How costly could that little error have been from Hussein Vafai? Scott Donaldson looking poised to take a 2-0 lead in this match. I think from what we've seen so far this week, Hossein has played some real good stuff. So if Scott was to win this game, it would be a little bit of an upset.
To the good, so 2 reds needed
30.
for a 2-0 lead. And that foul that Vafai very honestly called on himself has made a big difference here. Because obviously, had he not called it, Donaldson would have been faced with the shot from behind the pink. Yeah, so that is frame ball, and Scott Donaldson, the recipient of some real sportsmanship from Hossein Vafai. Yeah, so that frame definitely his now. So we're going to just go to the Northeast Derby. Elliot Slessor and David Lilly having to sort of put friendship aside this evening. This is what's happening. Lilly won the first frame. It was a bit scrappy. And Slessor, just the cue ball just kept running there. After potting the red.
I think it's going to be a real battle, this game. Elliot's been playing some real good stuff, but don't forget David Lilly knocked out former world champion Stuart Bingham. He's also gone quietly under the radar this tournament. But when you're playing day in, day out with someone, it's very difficult to brush that aside out there in the arena. You know each other's games, you know each other's strengths and weaknesses. That can often lead to a very scrappy match out there.
Just while Lily ponders this, Stacey Devlin has gone in contact. She says, do you think Neil Robertson will turn up at the UK Championship? I'm his biggest fan. He really needs a good run of wins. By turn up, you mean will he play well? I mean, I don't put it this way. I suppose as we sit here right now, he's not an obvious choice to win it with the form he's been in. But he has won it 3 times. We know what a great player he is when he puts it together, and you've got to feel at some point he will. So maybe York could be the one. He's trying to extend this incredible run of winning a title every calendar year since 2006, and this is actually his last chance for the UK because he's not playing in the Scottish Open or the Shootout.
Well, on those stats, he's absolutely nailed on to lift the UK title. Yeah, the best players in the world, they just don't keep going tournament after tournament, struggling. Of course, Neil Robertson hasn't had the best of seasons so far this year. He's not entered a couple of events, I believe, or he's had a couple of first round exits, which is quite unlike him. He's down around the 80 mark on the 1 year list, which is, well, it's just completely unheard of, isn't it? And who's to say that the UK Championship... Oh, where's this brown going? Oh, dear me. Look at that. How unlucky can you get?
Yeah, that's not going to cheer Slessor up, having lost the first frame. So this frame, like the first, a little bit messy. We're going to go to table 1. Zhou Yulong's already 2-0 up, and he's got a chance here in frame 3. He's trailing by 19 points, but at the table, looking good already tonight. We just saw him made his 23rd century of the season. 111 it was in frame 2. Oh, that black just wriggled in. Of course, we were talking about Neil Robertson. The winner of this match will play him in the first round at the Barbican in York in a few days' time.
29.
I certainly think Zhou Yulong would be a real danger man against him.
So another big visit to the table for Zhou Yulong. Ian Burns just struggling to get over the line in a frame at the moment, and he really needs one to just settle down.
57.
He's a very compact player, Zhou Yulong. You look at his technique there, everything's nice and neat, everything's tucked in.
45.
He's a really good, solid little player. Not much can go wrong with his action. And what you're looking for is you're looking for something reliable and consistent under pressure. And he's got that. So this is quite similar to the red Ian Byrne missed into the opposite middle. Yulong will be playing this a little bit more positively. Stunning out for the black or pink.
53.
That's perfect. So in potting this black, he can get up past the pink. With the red into the opposite corner. Almost a roll of the eye from Ian Burns there. I think he knows what's coming.
Yeah, it seems any sort of error that he's making is being punished in this match. Zhou Yulong has started like an express train here this evening. We've only been going for what, 45 minutes, and looks like he's about to go 3-0 up.
Yeah, great stuff from Zhou Yulong. He's looking very, very clinical when he gets his chance.
Wow.
Long 64.
Well, that is incredible. And he's not over the line yet. That was frame ball.
Wow, what a miss that is on the yellow. How's he missed that? He's just taken his eye off the pot. For a moment there, I didn't even look at the scores. I just presumed he was over the line, but he isn't. Now then, Ian. This is such an important visit to the table, and what better way to settle yourself down than to land a body blow at the same time.
Well, just incredible, this. What a gift to Ian Burns. He must have thought, like everybody else, that he was 3-0 down there.
Yeah, that is incredible, Dave. How he's missed that yellow. He's just taken his eye off the pot. He couldn't believe it. As soon as he hit it, he knew. Ian Burns would not have expected to have come back to the table. He probably got dizzy getting out of his chair, wondering, how's this chance come about? He's got to take it now. Has to pot these final two balls. Oh, it was never going to be easy, was it? He's going to have to play the pink round the houses. Oh, where's the pink going? The pink's gone in. Can you believe it? And he's going to be perfect on the black.
Well, that is the snooker gods saying to Zhou Yulong, you've missed that yellow. You're going to suffer now. What an extraordinary... A frame that was just petering out, we thought, has become unbelievable. Black for 2-1.
Can you believe it? What a fluke. That has got to be fluke of the tournament so far from Ian Burns at such a vital stage in this game. He's landed a body blow and that will hurt. How has that pink gone in? Round the table. And pots the black. Can you believe it?
Well, I'm glad we got over to see that. Let's go back to table 4. Elliot Slesser, 24 in front, trailing David Lilly 1-0. Well, keep your messages coming in. We've got Jeff Mills watching all the way over in Vancouver. So thankful, he says, for the live coverage. I reckon Ronnie and John Higgins are going to go deep this week. Take me back to the 90s. Well, of course, they've done pretty well since the 90s. I know what you mean, though, Jeff. Thanks for tuning in. Glad you're enjoying the coverage. Slesser looking to just get going here. Still a bit of work to do in this frame, but he's got a useful lead. Got to the last 32. That's the round he's trying to get to now. Back in 2020, of course, the format was a bit different then. The flat draw as opposed to the tiered draw. He's beaten Louis Heathcote 6-1, and then Graham Dott, the 2006 world champion, 6-3. Two pretty solid wins.
Yeah, and I spoke to Louis actually after that game with Elliot, and basically Louis just said Elliot had him in bits the whole game, so that shows you that his all-round game is in pretty good shape at the minute. Slesser's. He's always been a, another one. He's a very solid match player. He doesn't look very pleasant when he's out there stomping around the table. He's just got one of those faces where when he's so in the zone and in the mood, he looks quite intimidating, if anything. And it's quite daunting to play up against that. And when his game's in shape, he's a real handful.
This bears out my theory that no frame of snooker is ever made better when the blue's off its spot, which it is here, so not as centrally available. Slesser having to work this cue ball of bulk colours.
Yeah, it's always a struggle when the balls are in these sort of positions. Your cue ball's travelling. Feels like such hard work just to make a break, but he's just got to keep going, keep potting the balls if he can. Well, he's played for the gap to find the black, and that may be okay. If he's landed here, he's got the angle that he can come off the cushion and develop a few more reds.
Well, yeah, he's going to need 2 reds here. 49 to the good.
41.
So this one shouldn't be the problem. It's the next one. So he's played to disturb them, but it's not really worked out. Clatter that scores, he knows that he still needs one. He's 57 in front with 59 on. So not quite there yet. Still needing another red. We'll be back with this match in due course, but let's just drop in on Hussein Vafai. He was struggling here, 2-0 down to Scott Donaldson. That moment of sportsmanship from Vafai when he called the foul on himself in the second frame made a massive difference. He leads by 55 here in frame 3.
Same buffet. 54.
So the break is over, but a useful lead. But as we've already seen in the first hour of our coverage tonight, real drama, not more so than that Zhou Yulong and Burns third frame. Just to reiterate, Craig Steadman's 2-1 up against Pang Zhengzhou. And we know that Lily 1-0 up on Slesser. Slesser looking favourite certainly for frame 2. Well, he could see the red, but having missed it, he has left the chance for Vafai, already 55 in front. Hussein Vafai needs a frame, you feel, here, just to settle himself down tonight.
One. Six. Seven.
So this is frame ball, 67 in front, 67 on. This should make it 2-1, and Hussein Vafai will be more satisfied now. He's actually got a frame on the board. As I say, he's shown his honesty this evening in that last frame.
Twenty. 21.
So this frame will be Hussein Vafai's. It's been a fascinating first hour. Lots happening. Let's go over to Rob in the studio to digest it all.
24.
Yes, thanks very much, Dave. A very, very important frame for Hussein Vafai to take after a sterling start from Scott Donaldson. I think that one's got the makings of the potential to go all the way. Now, we've got him out of the commentary box. Stephen Hallworth was overseeing brilliantly at the early stages of Zhou Yulong and Ian Burns. Now, look, Zhou Yulong had a fantastic start, and he's got the potential to go very, very deep. Made the semis a couple of years ago, lost to Neil Robertson, but he'd beaten Higgins and Lazowski en route to the last four. Many people fancied he could go deep, and he's made the perfect start. Took the first, the second with an effortless-looking century of 111. But then, just when he's looking nailed on for 3-0 against Ian Burns, he's ever so slightly out of position on this green, and it teed up a shocking miss.
Just unbelievable scenes, really, Rob. You know, he was an absolute dead cert to win this frame. He had a body blow to Ian Burns in the first frame, who Ian missed a red to middle that he should never have missed, really. Zhou Yulong mopped them up. He's made a century in the next. And this, how has he missed this yellow? He's just taken his eye off the pot. Massive, massive body blow. Ian Burns could land to Zhou Yulong, and, well, we all know what happens next, don't we?
What?
This pink.
Ridiculous.
Absolutely outrageous. You know, he's going 3 cushions round, playing into an area. He's missed the pink. It was never going to be straightforward, was it? But he lands absolutely perfect on the black. Pots the black. How big could that be?
Well, massive. And bear in mind, Ian Burns has done this the hard way. He's already won 3 matches just to get into Judgment Day. Brutal qualification if he gets there.
Yeah, and you know, he's gone quietly under the radar as well. He's only dropped 2 frames getting into this round. That tells you all you need to know how well Ian Burns is playing. It always looked like it could go close. That was a massive frame, that, for Ian Burns to win. He needed to win a frame to settle. Hopefully now he is.
A quick word. We've got some further analysis, but just a quick word on how important that frame was for Hussein Vafai, because many people, I think that's a hard one to call. He leads the head-to-heads 2-1, but Donaldson won here back earlier in the year in about March with a 4-2 in the title that eventually went to Mark Selby. So he's won their most recent encounter, and he made a brilliant start to that match. Hussein was under pressure and needed that frame desperately.
Yeah, again, it could be another turning point, and at least he's got that frame now. He's settled. We saw him call a foul on himself, Hussein, in the second frame, which the referee didn't see, Scott didn't see, we didn't see in the commentary box. It was very, very sporting. He ended up losing the frame off of it, and it looked like, you know, maybe emotions were getting the better of him at that point. That was a very important visit for Hussein.
And I think a lot of neutrals like watching him because he wears his heart on his sleeve. He's had a couple of big runs in ITV events. And the punters really, really take to Hussein, especially when he produces the giant killings, as he's done the last 2 years against Mark Selby. Now, he's one of 3 players to have produced some fairly tasty plants in the first hour's coverage this evening. Check these out. We have had top quality skill on display every step of the way. How about this?
Yeah, this is a real good shot, actually, because he's had to make that plant. You could see it's nowhere near dead set, so that was a real nice one. I saw this one as well from Hussein. Again, look, this was the frame that he's gone on to win, so that was an important shot for him. And one from Pang as well. That must have been close to being dead set, but it opened the 4 reds up as well, which gave him the chance. Could be called a garden centre here, the amount of plants we've been seeing, Rob. It's been pretty outrageous stuff.
Well, funny that you hammering on that cliche. I remember commentating at the Worlds back in, it was late April, not early May, and I said we should start calling Hussein Vafai the gardener because he likes the plants so much. He was producing some huge plants at the Crucible early on before he came up against Ronnie O'Sullivan. So plenty of inventive snooker going on, plenty of drama, and Lillian Slessor looks like it could be potentially a very, very late finish tonight, because as you were saying a moment or two ago before we went live here in the studio, it can sometimes and so often go like that when you've got two guys who know every facet of the opponent's game.
Yeah, you're right. You know, when you're good friends with another player and you practice with one another, they're both from the same club as well. So you can only imagine the sort of pressure they must both be feeling. Sometimes it's then hard to perform and just play your own game out there. You're almost thinking about your opponent. It's a bit of a weird scenario to be in, but they've both just got to try and just forget that. They've just got to concentrate on what's in front of them. The prize of playing at the Barbican is there, ready and waiting for them.
Yeah, huge. And one of them is going to have a massive opportunity a couple of hours north in York at the Barbican, where we all start at 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon with Mark Allen against Ding Junhui, a rerun of last year's final. Dave, I think we've got more than a twist or two of drama left before we all make that long journey north. 4 spots, very much still up for grabs.
Yes, a lot of drama guaranteed yet. We're still in the early stages, just an hour gone tonight, but it's living up to billing this Judgment Day yet again, isn't it? So, Pang Junzhu and Craig Steadman. This is 2-1 to Steadman. Now remember, he's playing under amateur status. It would be a great story for him were he to qualify, as Pang knocks that red in, looking to make it 2-2 here at the mid-session interval. Steadman's already won 3 matches. He's beaten Andres Petrov, Aaron Hill and Jimmy Robertson. And Pang beat the very experienced 50-something Mark Davis 6-4 in the last round. Elliot Slessor has levelled up with David Lilly at 1 each. We know that it's 2-1 to Zhou Yulong over Ian Burns. Should have been 3-0. And 2-1 to Scott Donaldson over Hussein Vafai. Well, it's a decent chance. There's a couple of safe reds, which he won't need here. He's building a useful lead. As I say, Pang's had a relatively quiet season, but there's plenty of snooker left, of course, in the campaign. And this UK Championship, the biggest event so far. So to be in the main draw, that would be something special for him. And whoever wins this match, he's going to play Judd Trump, of course. Well, he just needs one more red, but wouldn't you know it, he's come awkward now. 57 in front, 59 on. Nothing's ever simple, is it?
Yeah, and he was a bit high on the black there, that he had to go into the reds. He didn't, of course, want to cover the other one because the one to the right was potable down the cushion. Still a tall order for Craig Steadman, but numerically he can win, so you've still got a chance.
Okay, well, table one's also interesting. We'll keep Pang and Steadman there as well. But Ian Burns just won that unbelievable third frame. He's behind here in frame 4 against Zhou Yulong, but with a chance. Something blessed about Burns in this tournament, it would seem. 2 6-0s. Great win over Jack Jones, Crucible quarterfinalist, 6-2. And now, well, we saw the way he won that last frame with the miss from Zhou Yulong on the yellow, the fluke pink. Maybe it's meant to be for him.
Yeah, and stranger things have happened, Dave. That was a huge, huge moment in the last frame, and that would have definitely hurt Zhou Yulong. There was no reason for him to have missed that yellow, and then for Burnsy to win the frame as he did. Unbelievable scenes. He's got a chance now. Scores are pretty much level in this frame. If he can take us to the interval at 2 frames each, he'll probably feel like he's just won the world title, because how has he got out of this session 2 each the way things have gone? Still plenty of work to do at this visit. And he's nicely on the black. He can get up for the red, and then it's all going to come down to that red beneath the black. Needs to leave himself a little angle on it so he can just drop it in dead weight down the cushion, give it every chance.
Yeah, another big moment in a match full of them already. Just to say, Pang potted the red he needed in that 4th frame. So it is 2-2 with Craig Steadman. They're going off for their mid-session interval. Now, big shot for Ian Burns. And in it goes. So it's in his hands now. The black puts him 25 in front. He just needs to get on this yellow. And unlike Zhou Yulong, pot it.
Yeah, he played that red nicely, gave it every chance down the cushion, and he's nicely on this black. Just needs to float the cue ball along that line. He's absolutely perfect.
64.
Green sitting waiting for him. One good pot here, Ian.
Well, Zhou Yulong should have been 3-0 up clearly. He just needed that yellow, and who's to say he wouldn't have gone off into the distance tonight. But it's going to be 2-2 at the interval. Ian Burns has put together a very good frame here from behind, and it is well and truly game on.
Yeah, this has been good for me, and he's going to be counting his lucky stars for sure, because as you say, this game could have quite easily got away from him. What a mad match this is. So many twists and turns, you just cannot catch your breath. I know what I'll be doing in a moment, going to ask Ian to pick me some lottery numbers, because he's got away with one here. 2 each at the interval. What a result.
And a nice break to go to the interval. It'll be a 91 clearance with the black. So there we are, 2-2, and a very dramatic first 4 frames. You can hear the audience has been thoroughly entertained, applauding there as the players go off. They'll be back, of course, in 15 minutes, but we don't stop. 2 matches at the interval. It's 2-2, Pang Junzhu and Craig Steadman as well. This is table 4 meantime. 1 each between Elliot Slessor and David Lilly, the North East Derby. Lilly won the first, Slessor the second. This is a little bit more slow going than the other matches. Andrew Evans, meantime, has tweeted in, my wife Rebecca and I are watching after a big Thanksgiving lunch here in Massachusetts. Got to be rooting for Craig Steadman to qualify. Well, he's doing well so far, Andrew. 2-2. Of course, Lily, talking about Steban being an amateur, Lily had a fine amateur career. He didn't turn professionally, had a good paying job, and he kept at it. But eventually he did succumb and join the pro ranks. Has since become world seniors champion.
Tricky black this along the cushion. If he's playing it at some pace to get out for a red, it's missable. But he hasn't missed it. Oh, would you believe it? He's drifted past the red. That's a little bit unfortunate, that. He obviously felt he was going to just brush the red and stay on the red that's closest to the black and just to the right of it. You just get the impression this is going to be one of those games, Dave, where it's never plain sailing. Everything's probably going to land awkward.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. We'll catch up with these two later on when it develops a bit more. But here's table 2. Hossein Vafai and Scott Donaldson. Of course, 2-1 to Donaldson. Vafai won that third frame, which he needed to do, really, having gone 2-0 down. And, of course, there was the moment of sportsmanship. But he made a good 54 in the third frame.
Oh, a great pot from Scott.
What?
Confidently played, and he's played for the black down the cushion as well. This will really open things up. If he can pot this black and get on a red, he'll be away because the reds are nicely spread. So if he can float this red in and just come up the underside of the black, get nicely on it, this is a great chance now for Scott to take a 3-1 lead going into the interval. The two reds closest to the cue ball at the moment may not be an issue. If the black pots, he doesn't have to worry about those. He can just forget about them for now. They're not really in the way of controlling the cue ball around this area either.
Scott Donaldson has won a professional title, the Invitation Championship League. Actually won it here in Leicester. Of course, he's from very close to Edinburgh, where the Scottish Open will be in December. may recall he got to Judgment Day at the World Championship this year, last season, but had to withdraw. He was feeling dizzy before the match, and after the Inter Iran day, had to concede, which is a great shame.
Yeah, and someone's just made an interesting point on Twitter that Scott Donaldson features frequently in Judgment Days, and that just goes to show that he maybe is in favour of the tiered system and seems to thrive in these conditions.
Quite a sort of forensic break this. He's really having to put everything into every shot to keep it going. That red just wriggled in, but he is still going.
Well, chose to go into the pink there, and there was no guarantees that he was going to land. He was just trying to shuffle a few reds about there because it was awkward to land on one direct from the blue. He had the one to the that's closest to the blue and to the right in the middle of the table available. Could have maybe drifted past the pack and got on that to the opposite middle. That's all hindsight now. He played the cannon. It didn't work out.
Scott Donaldson, 20.
So he's at the table quite a while there, but he's only actually 27 in front. Just 2 matches on at the moment. The other, Slessor, Lily, not much happening, to be honest, in the third frame there. Just 15-7 to Lily. So, while we sort of wait for things to liven up a little bit in these 2 matches, why don't we go back to someone who always makes it lively, Ronnie O'Sullivan. Big moment for him in York back in 2018.
An angle here
47.
to play some sort of cannon. He can go up for the red near the right middle if he chooses and go into the bunch from the blue. But aiming low in the cue ball, so going into them here. The red's not in. That could be the shot. And it leads
54.
You can visibly hear Ronnie. You can hear Ronnie here. He's absolutely making noises to himself because he thought that red was going to go in.
$55.
Mark Allen has had a fantastic UK Snooker Championship. I know he was a bit down on himself with his
60.
form, but he's played really well from my point of view. But we're witnessing
61.
a little bit of snooker history here. This will be his 7th UK title, overtaking the man in the studio, the great Steve Davis.
66.
He's almost visibly geeing himself up, talking to himself.
67.
These last few pots. Every shot's got an expression. You see another little shake of the head.
And that looks like it's 19 major titles.
73.
Overtaking the man next to me by just one, but well played Mark Allen this week. Doesn't matter that he's run out of position there.
78.
Trick shot. No trick shot, but we've got a piece of snooker history. Mark Allen comes forward, they're best of buddies. What a final they've produced. But Ronnie O'Sullivan creating snooker history, and he lifts his 7th UK snooker title. And he becomes the Betway 2018 UK snooker champion.
Yes, great scenes. A record 7th UK title for Ronnie O'Sullivan, who, of course, we know will play Anthony McGill in the first round next week. Meantime, we're back with the live action. Not much has happened, actually, since we were last with you in this match. Hossein Vafai 2-1 down to Scott Donaldson, 27 behind in the next frame. Zhou Yulong and Ian Burns at the interval 2-2. Pang Zhengzhou and Craig Steadman at the interval 2-2. And the Slessor-Lilly match, well, I wonder what time that's going to finish tonight if it's close all the way, because it's still 1 each and nothing happening really in frame 3, it's got to be said. Get ready to burn that midnight oil. There's always one, in my experience of these final qualifying rounds, you're guaranteed there'll be one that is ridiculously long, and it's looking like that one.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be Judgment Day, would it, really, if there wasn't a early hours finish. Where's that cue ball going? Needs to find the knuckle, and he has done. So this is another chance now for Scott Donaldson to take this 4th frame. This is a much more conventional chance from the one before. The balls are nicely spread now.
Six. Seven.
So, Scott Donaldson looking to open a 3-1 lead, and I'm going to just take a quick breather, see what's happening in the real world for half an hour, and Rob Walker will come in and keep you company.
Let's see.
Well, good evening, everybody.
20.
Thanks for tuning in wherever you are in the world. I heard the reports of people from the other side of the Atlantic enjoying their Thanksgiving dinner and enjoying Judgment Day Part 2 here at the Morningside Arena in Leicester. Cracking 3rd frame from the same Vafai, but this is Scott Donaldson hoping to turn the screw here and give himself a handy cushion ahead of their mid-session break. Sean Murphy awaits the winner, and they were both very impressive in their previous rounds. Scott Donaldson dispatching Sam Craigie 6-1, and Hossein Vafai not relinquishing a single frame against the Minister of Defence, Martin O'Donnell, who's had a decent season. It's a good match, this one. Slow going, as Dave and Stephen have been saying, between Elliot Slessor and David Lilly, but that was inevitable between two men who know each other's games inside out and back to front. 2 apiece, Pang Zhengzhou and Craig Steadman. And Ian Burns coming back brilliantly against Zhou Yulong, helped in no small part by Zhou Yulong's missed yellow for what should have been 3-0.
36.
Yulong has been pegged back by Ian Burns. He's won 3 matches and conceded just 2 frames en route to Judgment Day. But this has been an excellent response to Hussein's first frame of the evening by Scott Donaldson. Quality performer at his best, Stephen. 4 times a ranking event semi-finalist. I think he is destined to get to a ranking final at some stage. He is good enough, and he's showing his class here in the last couple of balls before the mid-session break.
Yeah, he's had a couple of bites at the cherry in this frame, but eventually he's taken it, so he's going to be taking a 3-1 lead. As you say, he's a pretty solid performer, is Scott Donaldson. And it wouldn't be a surprise, no, he seemed to have been knocking on the door, but he just pops up every now and then with a really solid performance. Who knows, this MrQ UK Championship could be the one. Still, he's only halfway there to 6. Hossein Vafai and Scott Donaldson are just about to head to their interval, so we'll pop over to table 4 and have a little look at this game. Very, very tense, very tight affair out there. There's been little to no real chances. It's all been scraps, and I think that's what it's going to be all night. It's going to be a real dogfight out there.
Well, they just know each other so well. Lily, that World Seniors champion from a couple of years ago. I've commentated on Slessor a couple of times at the World Championship, having come through Judgment Day, and David Lilly's absolutely disgusted with himself after leaving that black over the pocket. And those are the moments that can prove so costly, even though we're only in the early stages of the third.
Yeah, it's massive, and like you say, Dave was disgusted with that. Elliot was out of his chair like a whippet then. He had a chance to promote the red off the cushion as well, just beneath the black spot. Made a pretty bad effort at that. He's not really brought it out any further, so there may still be legs left in this game, this frame just yet. So he's got to get nice on the black here to just drop in behind that red. Needs an angle. So he can jump back out for a colour and then try and get close to the yellow, because that's near the side cushion as well. Yellow to green will be difficult.
Stephen, I always think those shots are so much harder than they look when they're going straight down the cushion like that. That was nicely done by Elliot Slessor.
Yeah, because the pace he's playing it at, and these pockets are quite unforgiving. You're always aiming for that fat part of the far jaw on that. You don't want to make any contact to the near jaw, and at that pace, you've got to be so accurate. It could just quite easily spit it out. He played it nicely. That's always why you're looking for a nice angle on those reds along the top cushion, so you can just try and float them in, give the pocket every chance. This is a massive shot though, 11 points in front, Slessor. If this yellow goes in and he gets nicely on the green, it could be 2-1. Played that very well. That was a good shot. That's about as well as he could have done from that position. He had the rest out. He had the mini butt on his cue as well. All made that shot a little bit more difficult. Needs one more good shot here. Yeah, that's a confident pot from Slessor. Every credit, because they've both missed a few sitters so far in this frame, and when it gets like that, it can get a little bit tense, and even the easiest of clearances can look difficult. Don't get me wrong, this was not been an easy clearance. There was a couple of balls that were awkward, and he's negotiated them very well. could have done with that blue going in, because David Lilley is only 20 points behind, 18 on the table, so just the one snooker.
It's interesting with Elliot Slessor, you know, Stephen, because I've commentated, if I remember rightly, I think his World Championship debut was when we were behind closed doors back in 2020 in the August, which was such a strange experience for everyone. And he was quite a long way down. I think he played Yan Bingtao in the first round, and he was miles behind. He was really angry, I think, that his friends and family couldn't watch. And then he came right back at Yan Bingtao and turned it into a great match. And exactly the same thing happened at the Crucible this year. When he played Gary Wilson, he was something like 6 or 7-1 down and very nearly forced to decide it. Gary Wilson got over the line 10-8 in the end. So he's a fascinating player to watch, Elliot, because he can lose frames quite quickly when he lets his head go. But when he's in the groove and he's focused, he can suddenly turn round massive deficits and get right back into these matches. And, you know, Gary Wilson, not only well known to him, Gary Wilson's a Crucible semi-finalist. He very nearly came back from nowhere to force a decider from having thought that the match would finish with a session to spare. He's a really interesting guy to watch.
Yeah, and you know, I've grown up myself with Elliot on the amateur circuit through the junior ranks and that. And one thing that he's always had is self-belief. He does believe in his ability, and he believes that he can win any match he plays. He's not scared by anyone. And as you say, he's overturned some big deficits in the past, and that's because he backs himself. He'll never give up, and that's a really good quality to have out there. As he pops that pink in the middle, and that's going to be that. 2-1 to Slessor. That's going to be a marathon match.
It certainly is. So they've just played 3, where Zhou Yulong and Ian Burns are into their 5th, having also had their mid-session break. So it's looking as though Lilley and Slessor might be the last of our Judgment Day matches to finish. We are scheduled to stay on until 11:30, should it be necessary. But what a great match Ian Burns has turned this into, beating Aman Iqbal 6-0, Liam Highfield 6-0, Jack Jones 6-2. But it was that fluke on the pink that's ignited his aspirations to deny Zhou Yulong an expected victory. Neil Robertson lies in store for the winner. He's given himself a chance here.
Yeah, and myself and Dave was chatting and just thinking, you know, sometimes moments like that madness in the 3rd frame of this match, you just think, is it written for Ian Burns to qualify this week? He's dropped 2 frames leading up to this game. He's played some very, very good snooker. Look, he's beat Liam Highfield and Jack Jones and dropped 2 frames. That tells you all you need to know how Ian Burns is playing. They're 2 quality players. Jack Jones, a Crucible quarter-finalist last season. You know, it's very rare that players miss those sort of shots against you. It's like, you know, as a player sat here watching, why does no one miss those yellows against me? But Ian's got to just take that as it comes and try and capitalise on any mistake that Zhou Yulong makes, because he doesn't usually make that many.
15.
A fair bit for Ian Burns to ponder there, as we turn our attention to the match between another Chinese player and another Englishman, also locked together at 2 frames apiece. And not too many people would have predicted this before the match started between Pang Junxiu and Craig Steadman. Exciting player to watch, Pang Junxiu. Runner-up here, I'd forgotten until I had a look at Q-Tracker. Runner-up here at the Morningside in March when he played Mark Selby in the WST Classic final. That's his first official appearance in a ranking final. It felt like it was a little bit of a moment where things clicked for Pang, because he'd also, not long before that, made the semi-finals of the Welsh Open. So earlier this year, in last season, he had a couple of breakthrough moments. He's a class act, this young fella.
Yeah, it was a crazy run of tournaments really for him. He had the quarter-final before that, then the semi-final, then as you say, he got to the final as well. So it was like he was just building up, going through the stepping stones and starting to really sort of make a dent on those rankings. He's a very, very good player, is Pang. I've watched him closely practice at the Dings Academy in Sheffield. Relentless hours on the practice table, you know. He sends me dizzy watching him sometimes. I don't know how they do it, but you know, it's for moments like this. All the hours of practice are for moments like this when you're out there under the lights, under the utmost pressure. He's a very, very good player.
Made the last 16 of the UK champs a few years ago, but that was when we were at Milton Keynes behind closed doors. He had an excellent victory in the last 32 over Stephen Maguire, and then lost to Lu Ning in the last 16. But I think I was commentating on that match between him and Maguire, and he caused the 2004 champion some really tense moments. It was a great victory for the youngster. So he has gone deep in the UK Championship before. 6-4 victory over Mark Davis to book his place on the second of our 2 judgment days.
So back to table 1 because it's all happening. Ian Burns broke down and Zhou Yulong got in nicely, and he's just missed a relatively straightforward red with the rest, and he's let Ian back in. I just wonder how it's mentally affected Zhou Yulong. He didn't respond well in the 4th frame after that missed yellow. And if anything, he probably needed the interval to come. It has done. They're back out after it, and worrying signs again because he's missed a couple in this frame. It's amazing how just a couple of balls, a couple of shots can just turn a game on its head.
Well, and you certainly wouldn't think there are more than 50 places between them on the 1-year list. Zhou Yulong is 22nd. Ian Burns is 77th. They're not playing like there's a big gap like that between them. He's a 2-time ranking event quarter-finalist, Ian Burns. But if he was to somehow turn around the 2-0 deficit and beat Zhou Yulong, I think you'd have to rank it as one of the most significant victories of his career. And it would certainly tee him up nicely for a match against Neil Robertson, who we haven't seen a lot of, not at his best so far this season. He's the man who lies in wait for the winner.
Yeah, and I think both of the guys here will know that it's to play Neil Robertson. And look, Neil Robertson is one of the best players we've ever seen in our game. But on recent form, whoever qualifies here will have to cling on to that glimmer of hope that he may not turn up and he may not play to the level that we know and expect to see him play at. Of course, we do know as well that he could quite easily turn it on and just blitz anyone. Of course he can. But you're always clinging on to that little bit of hope in this game. Worth noting as well, whoever comes through will have a couple of matches under their belts, as well as the ranking points already in the bags. The seeds have to win their game to get the ranking points.
20.
Yeah, and in the case of Ian Burns, he would be 4 matches into his UK Championship after Iqbal, Highfield, Jones and Yulong, should he get there.
21.
Remember when Ding had to qualify for the World Championship in 2016, and I don't think it's a coincidence that that was the year he came closest to winning the title, only losing out to Selby in the final. He arrived at the Crucible absolutely pin sharp because he'd been forced to go through the qualifiers. I don't think it's a bad thing if they arrive having played a few matches.
No, you're probably right, and as you say, the seeds are going into the tournament cold. The guys that have played at the qualifiers, they're match sharp, ready to go, and that's why Ding is going to be a massive handful for Mark Allen. What a game that's going to be on Saturday, by the way. Mark Allen has just won the Champion of Champions and played so very well against Judd Trump. Ding's playing very well this week. That is a mouth-watering clash. And that was a mouth-watering positional shot from Ian Burns. 2 cushions, plenty of topspin. Developed the 2 reds, which needed developing. This is a great chance now to go into the lead for the first time.
Beautiful touch on the table here from Ian Burns. He could barely have picked them up and done that any better. What a great turnaround this is from 2-0 down, especially the manner in which Zhou Yulong racked up what looked to be that effortless break. I think it was 111 in the second. He was absolutely flying. In his mind, he was 3-0 up, and now he's on the verge of going 3-2 down. These frames are hurting him psychologically.
Massively, and you can see just from him sat there in his chair, he's 100% thinking that way, you know, because he's got down to that yellow, thinking he's 3-0 up, probably thinking about the next frame and going into the interval 4-0 up. All of a sudden, he's 3-2 down with everything to do. The twists and turns that snooker has to offer, it's not so much the level that the players play at now, it's what they're thinking between the ears is what makes the difference. The best players are so strong mentally, and Zhou Yulong is going to have to dig deep here.
So, we'll keep an eye on that box on the left. Only 1 snooker required for Zhou Yulong.
Frame 5.
27 on the table, 30 behind. Plenty to do, and then Scott Donaldson and Hussein Vafai have resumed out for frame 5. Vafai, the man trailing after beating Mark Selby 2 years in a row at the Barbican. I think 2 years ago it was last 64 and last year it was last 32. Andy beat him at the Masters as well. Hussein Vafai is a little bit of a bogeyman for one of the best in the sport. Mark Selby, 4-time world champion, and but for that Miss Black coming back at 16-15 against Luca Bracel, who knows? He might have been the reigning champion. A great charge from 16-10 to 16-15, but Luca, of course, deserved in the end to get over the line. But Hussein Vafai can cause problems for some of the very best in the world. And he's going to need to use all his focus and attention here, and confidence, to claw these frames back against Scott Donaldson. And that'll help.
Yeah, shots like that will definitely help. He's played that very confidently. There we see, hand on table, so that shows the importance of a good cue ball into deep balk. Scott didn't manage that. What about a max, Rob?
Oh, my goodness me. Boy, oh boy, have you gone early. You know the snooker gods can hear you.
Yeah, well, I'm yet to commentate on a 147, so come on, Hussein. Of course, someone who's hoping he doesn't get one is, of course, UC, who's already made a 147 in this event, and is currently on for the high break loot and the £147,000 bonus if he makes another one in a Triple Crown event this season.
I really like the fact that they've done that. If you have 6, you could have 441 grand.
Easy as that, eh? He's very good round the black spot, though, is Hussein. He's made a few 147s on the amateur circuit but many moons ago before he turned pro. That tells you everything you need to know.
16.
More importantly, though, it's about clawing his way back into this match. He's been
70.
not quite at the races so far today. That called foul on himself in one of the frames earlier has definitely made a difference.
Well, you mentioned how good his work around the black spot is and has been for a long time. He had a 147 in the semi-finals of the World Under-21s back in 2014, and he had one in the first round of the European Masters last year. So he's done it before.
He's the sort of player that will be thinking about it as well. You know, it's that type of thing that really gets Hussein going. He'll be concentrating hard here to stay on the black for as long as possible.
Well, when he did it last year at the European Masters, it was in the last frame of his 5-1 win over Onyi. Mid-July last year. Lost the first frame to Onyi, then produced 5 on the spin and finished with a max. I think you beat Robbie Williams in the first round of the European Masters last year, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, yeah. Then lost out to a very good Ryan Day over in Firth. It's not very often so early on in a break like this when he's staying around the black spot that nearly all the reds are potable.
49.
He's not had to play many cannons so far. The obvious few that are going to need maybe a little bit of attendance is the 4 reds underneath the pink. But surely just a small little cannon to them will open them up.
Well, this is starting to get a little bit exciting.
56.
You incited the snooker gods, but I think you went 1 red, 1 black. You'd mentioned it. It was that early, but he has done it before. Oh. No, he has to make sure of the frame. He's 2 down. He's desperate to get back to the Barbican in the last 32 and continue the kind of form in York that has seen him beat Mark Selby twice. Not to be the ultimate moment of perfection, but he's showing the ultimate signs of professionalism here.
Yeah, he was looking for a bit more of an angle on that red. He played into an area where he could have landed on 2 that could have given him an angle, 1 in and out of baulk, 1 back to the black from the corner pocket. Didn't land, so as you say, doing the right thing. He'd have definitely have been thinking about the max, don't get me wrong, but
70.
Doing the right thing, of course, making sure of the frame. He can't afford to let Scott take this frame, and he hasn't done that.
71.
It's going to be 3-2.
Well, he got us talking and thinking about it anyway. This has been a really good visit from Hussein Vafai. Popular guy. When he's gone deep, he made a couple of semis in the ITV events. The public love watching him. Heart on sleeve. He would desperately love the chance to take on Sean Murphy.
86. 87.
Yeah, and still a chance of a 1-4-5 here, which is, of course, an excellent break in itself. total clearance here after the interval would be just what the doctor ordered for Hussein.
95.
The fight back is definitely on. And this has been a pretty flawless contribution up to now. Very, very good Hossein Vafai. What a wonderful century break this has been so far.
102. 104.
There's just been a real confidence and fluidity to this visit, hasn't there? He's not looked like missing anything.
No, he's been pretty much perfect on absolutely everything that he's played on. Cue ball control has been exemplary in this break.
110.
Scott Donaldson has had the best seat in the house for this visit.
111.
He's got to try and stay focused though. He's still 3-2 up in this game. Hossein is very much a confidence player though. When he gets his tail pricked, he can go on a run of a few frames very, very quickly.
$120.
Oh, not to be the total clearance, but what a break and what a display of class from Hossein Vafai. 120, he reduces arrears to 3-2. And this was the moment Ian Burns came back to the table to make absolutely certain. This is a moment or two ago. And this is Ian Burns coming back to the table to make absolutely certain of turning a 2-0 deficit into a 3-2 lead. Fantastic stuff by Burns. Up against an opponent who made a run to the semis when we were behind closed doors in 2020, eventually losing out to the champion Neil Robertson, who was to have an epic final frame against Judd Trump at about 1 o'clock in the morning. So Burns is up against a really classy operator, but fantastic belief and control from 2-0 down. And I know we've said this already, but if it turns out that he wins this match, which would be one of the most significant victories, not the most, but one of the most significant of his career, you'd have to trace it back to the missed yellow from Zhao and the massive fluke on the pink to get his first frame on the board for 2-1. They were two seismic moments that were only about 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes apart.
Yeah, if Ian Burns goes on to win that game and joins you in the studio, Rob, if you ask him what was the turning point in that match, he will tell you it was that yellow. And he will also probably mention the fluke, but it was definitely the yellow. He was never going to be plain sailing, though. He didn't finish nice on the pink. Had to play it around the houses. Outrageous fluke. But that has made all the difference so far. And here we are, we join table 3. Craig Steadman now trailing Pang Zhongzhu. 3 frames to 2.
Just had a message from Sean Murphy's great friend Robbie, who travels everywhere with him. They're tuning in and enjoying the coverage, and no lack of interest from them on Scott Donaldson and Hossein Vafai, because Sean, of course, awaits the winner in the first round proper at the Barbican. So thanks for your message, Robbie. Delighted you're enjoying the coverage. Hopefully with a glass of something warming on a cold evening, if you're already there or whether you're home in Dublin about to make your way over.
Chance for Pang here to just chip away the red directly above the black, which will open it up a little bit more. Delicate little cannon required. Played it well. So these two reds to the left of the black spot are what he wants to remove.
19.
Makes the cue ball control around this area a bit easier and opens the black spot up into both pockets.
20.
Well decided there was value in going into the pack, and if he's on this red to the left corner, he's okay. But for a moment there, I thought he might have stuck.
Well, great to sit with you, Stephen, in the comms box as the drama begins to edge towards a climax. And Dave Hendon is refreshed. He's had some clean Leicestershire air. He's had a bite to eat. And he's ready to resume duties in commentary box seat number 1. I'm sure he would have had half an eye on whether Hussein was going to go for the 147 there, but we've got wonderful drama to come, and you are back safely in Hendo's hands once more.
Yeah, the final push now, isn't it? In Judgment Day, all these matches set up really well. They're all really close. Of course, we've still got one to get to an interval. Be interesting whether any of these players can pull away now, or is it going to be nip and tuck to the line on our final night of final qualifying. Pan going well here. Looking good for a 4-2 lead. Thought you were going to get a maximum there, Stephen. I was about to come running in to make sure I got the end of the break.
Yeah, well, I called it pretty quickly on the first red, actually, and it was looking very good, but Hussein doing the right thing. He landed on a red to the middle where he couldn't get back for the black. Well, I suppose he could have probably tried, but like I say, did the right thing, made sure of the frame. And it was a big one because he was trying to overturn a deficit over there, so every frame counts.
Now, as Pang goes about his business here, we're at a delicate stage in frame 4 of the North East Derby. Elliot Slessor trying to steal it for a 3-1 lead. 16 behind with the blue. Can show you how this break began. And this was the shot that David Lilly played. Ah, the wrong one went in.
Yeah, and after he'd potted a red there, he got the brown back on its spot up the table, so makes the clearance a little bit easier. This will be a big steal, actually, for Elliot. This game has been so granite up to now. 2 frames to 1, he leads. Chance to go into the interval, 3-1 up. It will be a body blow for David Lilly in the North East Derby. We've already mentioned Elliot Slessor is a determined character, and he'll be very, very focused here to clear these remaining 4 balls.
Yeah, that's the thing with these two, such determination. And Slessor will spend a rather comfortable 15 minutes if he can knock these in. Holding the edge at the interval. It's been hard work to get to this stage. Well over 2 hours.
Well, he could have been a little bit better on this, but he didn't quite land straight enough on the blue. So this is a little cutback pink, and he's going to have to play it very positively. One good shot on the pink here, Elliot. Surely he's going to be perfect on the black. Just come across the face of it. Well, he's dropped it in, and that's a good shot. Well, David Lilley's up and out his chair, walking as if he's lost the frame. Everyone's heads have gone, Dave.
It's that sort of day, isn't it, really? Anyway, Slesser needs the black for 3-1. And then it goes. That's a big clearance from Elliot Slesser. And he takes the advantage, 3-1 at the interval. Table 1, 3-2, Ian Burns over Zhou Yulong.
16.
Zhou Yulong should have been 3-0 up. He missed the yellow frame ball in the third. It's all turned away since then, but it can turn back, of course. This could be the moment. And this is what happened when Ian Burns was in, leading 32-1. Bit of a stretch. Yeah, and he missed the pink, and that is one to maybe log for later, because that could be the start of the turnaround in favour of Zhou Yulong. Winner plays Neil Robertson at the Barbican.
Yeah, that was a disappointing one from Ian Burns, because up to that point, Ian's foot was firmly on Zhou Yulong. He has him up against the ropes at the moment, and that could be a big let-off. The pressure seemed to be mounting on Yulong ever since that missed yellow. Could that be another turning point?
By the way, Pang won that frame against Stedman, so it is 4-2. That's the thing, isn't it, with turning points? You know, you can have more than one, you can have plenty. We've seen a big one earlier on in frame 3, but maybe that pink, another big one here in frame 6.
So Zhou Yulong will need that red on the side cushion, so he'll have one eye set on that now. Just thinking a few shots ahead, the best way to go about getting on that or trying to develop it.
43.
He wants to get nicely back on the black from this next red, so this is an important shot. Got to get up high enough. So he's landed a little straight here. We're looking for a low angle on the black to just drop in behind that red.
51.
So he has got the angle here, and you may be wondering, would it be worth while having a go at trying to bring the red out? The only trouble with that shot is if he doesn't hit the red, he won't land on it. He's hit it, and he's not pushed it on, and I'm not sure if the double is available for him either. So break goes to 58. 27 points. The lead. He just needs this red. And he's turned it down in favour of a good safety shot. That cue ball needs to run on. Ian can just catch the edge of this.
Well, you can see the red is covered. Leo Scullion, the referee, right on the case there, wasn't he? And he didn't reach. Got very, very close. So it's going back. Now, where's this red going to finish? Well, he's had a result, I guess, catching the yellow, just stopping it coming maybe back towards the cue ball. But really, just summing up, I mean, it wasn't an easy pot, that, but Zhou Yulong had a grip on this match at one point, but now it's a bit of a struggle. You know, he had the chance to win this frame, couldn't quite get on the red on the cushion. 23 in front, 35 on. So just while this little battle on the red goes on, let's have a look at table 2, which is Hussein Vafai and Scott Donaldson. Vafai with a scoring chance here, 3-2 down. Experiencing stubborn opposition from Scott.
Not very often you see the red balls like this, is it? A lot of them up near the balk area. Obviously a few safety shots have been played where both players trying to get the cue ball back to the black cushion. Things obviously got in. And now it's a very good chance because the reds are spread far and wide. Although potting reds with low value colours means he's going to need more of them. This is a big frame for Hussein. 3-1 down at the interval.
27.
Nearly, well, had the chance of a 145 in the last frame, broke down on 120.
28.
Fantastic visit that was. Such a good break to watch. Chance to level the game up here.
$32. $33. 37. 38. 40.
Yeah, as you say, he's just not going up by large increments because of the small colours he's taking. But the reds are going in,
41.
and with the lead he's got here, he's not going to need the red on the cushion.
$46. 47.
2 more pots, and it should be 3-3, and this match boiling up nicely.
$53.
So that's frame ball. Now then, we left table 1 on the last red. Joey Long has just potted it. So 24 in front. We've been here before with him needing a yellow. Of course, that was for 3-0. Get the feeling he'll pop this one now. Give it absolutely his complete focus. And he'll be back to 3-3.
Yeah, and it was important for him to get this frame because what he's done is he's stopped the rot. Needed to just compose himself after what's gone before. Ian Burns looked like he was just starting to build momentum there, and he's been temporarily halted.
All these matches pretty tight. Another one level here. Hussain has got level. We've got 4-2 Pang over Stedman and 3-1 Slesser over Lilly.
$17. 23.
So Joey Long was happy to get the chance. It was quite a battle on that red, but of course he already had a good lead in the frame, and it's 3-3 and another very tight match in progress. This is table 3. Pang Jung-yu looking to pull away now against Craig Stedman. 4-2, 45-0. So Pang looking to get himself to within 1 of victory.
40.
Yeah, earlier on in this frame, Pang's potted an outrageous plant again. Opened the reds up everywhere and then missed the green. Let Craig bang in the balls and he wasn't able to do anything. And he's let Pang back in. He's slowly chipping away at this game. And here we can see that plant that Pang took on earlier. Must have been dead set again, but look at everything was moving. Got the reds spread far and wide. Missed the green into the yellow pocket though. But Craig wasn't able to capitalise.
One thing a snooker audience loves is a plant because it just looks exciting with everything moving.
Yeah, I remember years ago, one of my biggest disappointments in the game actually came from a plant. It was at the quarterfinals of the shootout when it was at Watford Coliseum. There was a dead set plant in the pack. There was probably a minute and a half to go. I was playing Andy Hicks. I was 3 points in front. I've took the plant on. I saw my name in lights. The reds went everywhere and the plant didn't go in somehow. A dead setter. He's mopped him up and I was driving home.
Well, Pang needs this red now and he should be 5-2 up. And he will be one frame away from a meeting with Judd Trump in round one, the player of the season so far, 3 ranking titles to his name. That should be enough. Craig Steadman stays in his seat. So 5-2, and we'll be over to see if Pang can wrap that up in due course. But back to table one. This is a really interesting one, I think. Zhou Long and Ian Burns. Zhou led 2-0, Burns 3-2. It's now 3-3. Zhou Long would have been favourite coming in, but of course Burns has had 3 really comfortable victories, so he would have been full of confidence, and I think we've seen that in the way he's played so far. But now we're getting to the real meat of this qualifier, the final mini session to get to York. So the pressure coming on, and it's about who can stand up to it from here on in, of course. They're just back underway on table 4. Elliot Slessor and David Lilly. Slessor stole that 4th frame, of course, to lead 3-1. Just while we have a moment, just to confirm, if you're just coming in, the matches we'll be watching in York, we've got Mark Allen, Ding Junhui. That's an incredible one to start, the rematch of the final last year. Tom Ford plays Noppen Senkan, Mark Williams, Fang Zhengyi, Karen Wilson, Jamie Clark, Mark Selby plays Mark Joyce, Barry Hawkins plays Ben Wollaston, Jack Lazowski plays Jamie Jones, Judd Trump plays Pang Junzhu or Craig Steadman, Ronnie O'Sullivan plays Anthony McGill, Robert Milkins plays Tepchara Nu, John Higgins plays Joe O'Connor, Neil Robertson plays the winner of this match, Zhou Long or Ian Burns. Sean Murphy plays Hussein Vafai or Scott Donaldson. Ali Carter plays Matt Selt. Zhang Anda plays Elliot Slessor or David Lilly. And Luca Brissell plays Yuan Sejun. One of those is going to be champion, as Zhou Long pots a wonderful red with the rest.
Yeah, and how well has he hit that? Look at the work he's got on the cue ball there. Very, very nice pot with the rest. The pot was hard enough, but to get the cue ball back up to baulk like that, cued that very nicely. So straight away looking to get on that black on the cushion, and could have done with that cue ball running a few more inches. I wanted to be right behind this black, and this is a bit more of a thinner cut. He's going to have to roll this dead weight along the cushion. This is a very big shot to be taking on. He's not going to shy away from it though. Or is he? He's just looking at his options here. He knows it's a big chance to make a frame winning break. If he pots the black and gets it back on its spot, it opens the frame up. He can't really win the frame without that black being in the open. So he is taking it on.
Well, surely he's on this next red. It was a wonderful pot. Walking around, not exactly chipper.
Yeah, he's put so much into that pot that he's almost forgotten to concentrate on where his cue ball's going as well. He had to put everything into the pot, though. It was a tough one to take on. So after all that, all the anxiety over the shot to play, he's going to have to play safe anyway. But what he has done is he's got the black back on the spot now, so this is more like a normal frame.
Okay, so this frame has just come to a halt for now, but Hossein Vafai looking to press on table 2. 3-3. He's just won a couple of good frames and lining. This is the brown he's lining up. 33-1 in front. Just trying to wrestle free of Scott Donaldson, who's been a pretty hard opponent so far tonight. Oh, that red only just dropped.
38.
Yeah, and he's potted it thin there. It's just wriggled in, so the cue ball's travelled. See, he's just potted this in the left part of the pocket. Got very near to missing that. So the red at the bottom of the pack goes, and in potting this, he's going to be bringing a few more into play. 44 points 45. To the good at the moment. This could be frame ball if he gets nice on a colour here. Well, he's going to have to play another good
46.
shot because he's only on the long green.
Again, if only the blue's on its spot here. So another big shot for Hossein Vafai. 45 in front. Nicely done. Cue ball needs to run a bit. He's got the red to the left corner.
Again, kept his rhythm lovely there. Just got down and potted the green as if it was over the pocket. Didn't build up any unwanted pressure for that shot. It was a big shot. Made it look very, very simple. Just looks to me like the clogs are turning for Hossein Vafai. He's just starting to go through the gears now. From 3-1 down, he's looked very, very good.
He's certainly a player who will enhance the final stages if he qualifies. There is something about him because he caused some controversy at the Crucible. It was all good fun, really. Sure, Murphy awaits 2 players who like the limelight there. Murphy and Vafai, that'd be a cracker, I think. Scott Donaldson doesn't care about any of that, of course. He's trying to get through himself. But he might be about to go 4-3 down here. Another red needed after the black.
Yeah, and he's just going to play for the red beneath it, so just be dropping this in, making absolute sure that he gets this red. It's frame ball.
65.
Well, he did not need to play it at that pace, and that is a bizarre shot for Hossein Vafai. He's played out for the black, but he could have left himself low on the black. He would have given himself a shot at it. What you cannot do in that situation is miss the red. That is unbelievable.
How costly will it be? 64 in it, 67 still available.
Now, what can Scott Donaldson do here? Little moments like that can really turn these matches on ahead. There we go again. We see this red. He just had to drop this red in. The minute he hit the red, it was never, ever going to be close. Completely misjudged that one. Scott's got to really knuckle down here and really focus. At least get himself back into the frame. Just make Hussein stew for a little bit.
No. $16. $17.
Very nice shot from Scott Donaldson. He's bought one of the reds off the side cushion.
24.
How big could this frame be now, Dave? He's got the frame at his mercy, Hossein. He just has to drop the red in. And all of a sudden, Scott Donaldson has got a sniff of winning this frame.
$25.
Yeah, the blue, he'll be 34 behind with 35 on. So you would need a black off the last red, but this last red is clearly the the key ball here.
Well, this is half a chance for Scott Donaldson to double this red into the right middle pocket and clear the table. I think he's got to have a go at this. You can see him just toying with his ideas of what to do here. Does he take the double on? Does he try and play safe and make it a red ball frame? How are you feeling, Scott? He has taken the double on, and he's got the double. Dave, what about that for a shot?
Well, Hossein Vafai needed a red to win this frame and go 4-3, but when he left the table, he must have thought, well, the clearance doesn't seem like it's on. There were at least two reds on cushions. Now, Scott Donaldson has the colours basically on their spots, more or less, to steal it. Here's the double again.
What a shot he's played here. He's played it so confidently. If he misses that red and leaves it, surely Hussein is going to win this frame. That's the misread that Hussein missed earlier along the top cushion. Only had to pop the red and get nicely on any colour. He's missed the red, and hold the front pages, folks, because Scott Donaldson is 6 colours away from a massive steal here.
Yeah, and these are the frames that make all the difference in matches. Frames that you really shouldn't have won, that you go on and steal.
Oh, has he overdone the brown? He's just come wrong side of the pink. So is he going to go around the houses, or is he going to leave the pink from distance? Little wry smile from Scott, he knows. Big shot coming up now. He's just got to get Well, he's not gone round the houses there, so what about this for a pressure pot? Scott Donaldson 2 balls away from a massive steal. Oh, delicious. That is fantastic, Scott Donaldson. One more good pot here. This will hurt Hussein Vafai.
What a break this has been. As I say, when he came to the table, he didn't really look on. This is for 4-3. A massive blow to land. And it doesn't go in. Wow. All the hard work he'd done. And the black stays out.
My goodness me, what are we witnessing here at the Morningside Arena? What a moment in this match. A missed black from Scott Donaldson. And Hussein pots the black. What a frame of snooker.
That's unbelievable. We'll digest that shortly. But meantime, Pang Zhengzhou is about to get it won against Craig Steadman. He's going to be our first winner. He's pulled away in this match. It was quite tightly contested early on, but he's a very determined character, this young man, just 23 years of age. The world number 34. He was 2-1 down, but has won the next 5 frames. And he's going out with a big break here. So he's going to play Judd Trump. If Judd's watching, he knows now who he's going to play. Pang Zhengzhou in round 1 at York. Pang got to the last 16 back in 2020. Craig Steadman's had a terrific tournament considering he was first reserve. He wasn't officially in it initially, but he got in and he's made the most of it, getting to the final round of qualifying. So 78 the break, 6-2 the win for Pang Zhengzhou. He's our first winner in this session. He beats Craig Steadman 6-2. Warm congratulations from Craig Steadman there. And he'll play Judd Trump in York. So, all getting our breath after the last few minutes. Extraordinary frame between Vafai and Donaldson. Donaldson missing that black. This is table 4. 3-1 to Elliot Slesser. He stole the 4th frame. 14 points in it in the 5th. This has been hard as nails stuff between these two. And that pattern seemingly continuing in this frame. Actually quite an open table, really. 3 of the 4 reds in potable positions. Ooh, that kiss at the last moment. Not the yellow safe, that may yet play a part. Well, the heads come down as the white makes its inexorable passage to the pocket. Ooh, it's just stayed out. He thought that was in. He's still not happy, but at least he's not gone in the pocket.
Yeah, not really much he could do there other than just try and clip the yellow off the cushion. Try and keep the white in baulk, but maybe in a little bit of trouble next time he comes to the table if Elliott can get distance between this red and the cue ball. Well, I'm not sure about that shot because Elliott's going to be nestled tight in behind the yellow. After Dave's shot here, he's put himself in a bit of trouble there, Slesser. Oh, and that's not, that is a dreadful shot from David Lilly. He was under no pressure there to just pop the cue ball up behind the yellow. Massive, massive let off for Slesser.
Been a lot of reacting, hasn't there, in this match? So this frame's still making its way towards some sort of conclusion. Table 1, Zhou Yulong and Ian Burns 3-3. And Zhou Yulong 10 points in front as we pick it up here, live in frame 7. All the sort of drama of the early frames when he should have been 3-0 up, that's in the past now. There's still a match to be won here. Of course, he did go 3-2 down, but he won the last frame.
Well. Nothing. Yeah, 20.
These reds all sort of bunched together here. No, just trying to open them up, and that's not quite worked out. There's a nice attempt. Still got the one to the middle.
28.
But it stays out, so
Very long, 28.
bit of mileage in this frame yet, I would suggest, with the balls where they are. So in the meantime, we'll go back to table 4, where we have progressed a little bit. Elliott Slesser moving towards a 4-1 lead over David Lilly. 23 in front with that pink. So red and a colour here. And as I say, 4-1. Lilly's been going through agonies in this frame, reacting to mistakes and things going against him. So that should secure a 4-1 lead. It's been a close 4-1, if you know what I mean. The frames have been heavily contested. The fourth frame, Slessor stole. This one was in the balance, but barring catastrophes, should be Slessor just 2 from the finishing line. Just mindful of this black. Just 1 snooker needed as it stands, but 2 if he pots the yellow. And he's not done it. He was sort of hampered there, so not quite done yet, but looking good for 4-1. Now, table 1, Ian Burns has got in here, so Zhou Yulong missed that red to the left middle. Ian Burns 20 behind. Going to raise the cue here, bridging over the other red. Couldn't do much with the cue ball, so I suspect it'll just be safety. Try and put the white in a nasty spot and earn the next chance to win the frame. Well, that was a good kiss on the blue. That has left him just about snookered. I think he can get the edge of the red. This is another edgy frame, though. $19 points in it. Just to confirm, Pang Zhongzhu, our winner so far tonight, 6-2 over Craig Steadman. Slessor 3-1, but Lily needs a snooker in the 5th, otherwise it's 4-1. And Hussain Vafai 4-3 over Scott Donaldson. Well, it was a great red, wasn't it, from Ian Burns, and now, what a chance. And there's just something about this year's UK Championship. He's come to life. It's in his hands here to take a 4-3 lead. Zhou Yulong was making the running in a big way in this frame.
16.
Feels like this is the shot now from blue to pink. He'll need all three colours. Played it well, so Ian Burns needs pink and black to take a 4-3 lead. Zhou Yulong made the early running, should have been 3-0 up, missed the yellow. Did win the last for 3-3, but Ian Burns poised to go back in front at 4-3. Well, my apologies, he didn't need the black. I miscounted. It's the excitement of Judgment Day getting to all of us. So anyway, he's won the frame, and he leads 4-3.
So this is a few moments ago in the David Lilley Elliott Slessor. What happens next, folks? Oh my goodness me. He pots the green and his chalk comes out of his pocket and he's screwed straight into it. Time must have stood still there for David Lilley. You cannot catch your breath here at the Morningside Arena in Leicester. You think you've seen everything there is to see in this game, but you just haven't. That is unbelievable.
Well, I agree. I mean, that was incredible. What a mishap. What a mishap that is. And you could see he was thoroughly annoyed, and he has gone 4-1 down. But it's getting to everyone. Vafai's missed that black. Oh dear. Drama. I think it's worth seeing that again, Stephen, because it's such a weird thing to happen.
I can't imagine something like this has ever happened before.
So at the moment, the chalk's just fallen out of his pocket.
As he's come through on delivery, he's hit the chest, he's dropped the chalk out of the pocket.
Oh, that's incredible.
That is unbelievable. Look at that. I can tell you where my piece of chalk would be going if that had happened to me. Someone on Rose Ed would be in severe danger.
Well, amazing. Amazing.
Blue ball.
But these matches now, they're all going to take some winning, aren't they? They're all kind of tight. Obviously, 4-1 Slessor, the scoreline isn't, but those frames have been hard fought. Yeah, and these little mistakes are creeping in as well. It's kind of quintessential qualifying. It's not always about the performance, it's about clawing your way to 6 frames. Turn up at York feeling great, regardless of how you've actually played.
Yeah, when all is said and done, it's just about getting to 6 tonight. We don't expect to see flawless snooker. The big breaks are probably not going to be going in because it means so much to everyone. There's a lot at stake out there. Just about getting to that magic number of 6. Few real tight contests out there this evening.
It's funny because we had a tweet actually from someone complaining that a couple of players had left their chalk on the cushion rail, but you can see why they do it now. I know it doesn't look great, but that wouldn't have happened if he'd have done that.
Honestly, I just can't get over that. I'm absolutely gone at that. It's just completely cracked me up. What are the odds on his chalk falling out on that exact point that the cue was coming back on? Just unbelievable what happens on a snooker table. You've got to feel for David Lilley, but come on, that was pretty funny.
I'm sure, had it happened to you, Stephen, you wouldn't mind anybody laughing. I noticed there was absolutely no bants, was there, between the two of them? Nothing from Slessor at all. He just came to the table.
And these are big moments for Scott Donaldson now. Trailing again in this frame, but he's got the reds in open play. Not very often you see the colours up in baulk like that, so just having to work off the blue for the time being. Try and solve that little puzzle when he gets to it.
90.
Well, that's okay.
24.
Bit odd, isn't it, to have the two big colours down the baulk end?
A pretty decent pot on the red. That was nice and thin, playing it with the rest, so back up nice on the blue as well. Cool, he's had a bit of a bounce there off that cushion, it seems. He's gone much further than he would have thought. I think if he could get on the pink here, it'd be absolutely perfect, because if he can get the pink back on its own spot, he can pot the yellow, then pot the green. I think the brown will pass the black into the green bag. And where the pink is at the moment, it's sort of hindering Scott's position to be able to do that. So I wonder if he's even thought about that.
Well, now the fun begins because it's very congested in that D.
$36.
So surely he's got to try and now pop this green and play the cannon to the pink. Can't see how else he's going to be able to pot that brown. Yeah, and it's made the difference there. I think a few shots ago from the last red, Scott Donaldson should have just analysed the table a little bit better, because he should have got nicer on the red and played up for the pink from the last red, because that was clearly the the obstacle, you know. If he gets rid of that pink there, that brown pots, and it's as simple as that. He's gone about this break in a way that's not helped him one bit. And it's made the difference because now he's in a snooker himself and he's got to hit this brown and get it safe.
Scott Donaldson, 41.
We've seen so many frames like this that have come down to the last few colours and just been completely in the balance to the end. Not least, of course, in this match, in the previous frame, when Donaldson was making what seemed an unlikely clearance, missed the last black. Well, this is what you call cagey.
So that's resolved that little stalemate we had going on there. Scott sending the brown down to the black spot. Again, this is all a little bit unneeded, really. This frame should have been over by now. And we should be 4 each, going into a best of 3 for a place at the Barbican. As it happens, Hussein has got a chance still to win this frame and be 1 away. That's a nice safety shot he's played there. And Scott taps the table, every credit. He's covered the brown, so Scott's going to have to come off the cushion here and make contact with the brown. He needs to get this safe.
Just asking the referee to check the line here in case the white has to go back.
Foul. And a miss.
Just checking now for the free ball.
Same by faith.
Well, it's obviously tight. Going to put a ball next to the brown. Kevin Dabrowski, our referee. Didn't really get close to this brown. No free ball given, so the cue ball returns. I can tell you David Lilly's going to be 4-2, and he's been making a break in on table 4. He's been putting his chalk now on the rail of the table, which you can understand after what happened. That was one of the moments of the week, really. It was so bizarre.
Adapt and overcome. Just cannot afford any more madness to happen over there. Absolutely crazy what's happened this evening.
Foul.
There again, Scott Donaldson is just trying to clip thin off this brown.
Zijn we faithful?
And he's getting close to leaving a free ball, although even if he does leave it, it's probably not a lot of value to him. He's looking at the pink, but yeah, he's not going to be taking that on.
So, to confirm, it is 4-2 to Elliot Slessor over David Lilly. Just stay with this for the moment. We're at a very delicate stage here on table 2. Been a long old week for the officials. So, hats off to all the referees here. Done a great job as usual.
Yeah, very good shot from Scott Donaldson. Suffered a couple of misses there, but it was all worthwhile because he's got the brown safe, and that was absolutely key in that position. He had to get the brown safe, and he has done.
That's pretty safe as well.
So he sent the brown round the houses here, Hussein. Look at the control. He wanted to get it somewhere near the pink, and he did just that. Fantastic safety shot again. Tap on the table from Scott Donaldson. Same again then. He has to hit this. He has to get it safe. Slight adjustment needed. He wants to come off the side cushion, off the baulk cushion, get in behind the brown, send that down the table. Try and leave the cue ball somewhere where the brown is now. Referee's having a job on here. Every time he comes to the table, he's having to just check if it's a free ball. Again, Hussein won't be tempted by it. There's no value for him. And he's happy to just let Scott keep having a crack at this one.
Yeah, Kevin Dabrowski, the referee, getting his steps in here, isn't he? In this frame. Placing this cue ball.
Yeah, I think it's slightly further away, yeah. I would say this much. The same.
Okay, so just needs to come up the cushion towards him a little bit more. That's closer. Oh, he's caught the edge of it. Is he going to get away with it? Yeah, that's not too bad because even if Hussein goes for the clip on this brown, he's surely going to be going into the pink. So, again, not really a lot of value in taking this on. Just needs to keep trying to turn the screw here. He's got the initiative in this little exchange. Every time Scott comes to the table at the moment, he's either in a snooker or in trouble.
Well, it's a long battle on the brown, this, but we want to keep you across the other matches as well. We will be back to that one, but let's go to table 1. This is a bit of a thriller. Ian Burns 4-3 up on Zhou Yulong. And a good chance here as we pick it up live. Look at the reds.
15.
Big moments for Ian Burns to get to within one of a place in the final stages.
Yeah, it's an important visit to the table, this for Burnsy. He's got the reds nicely spread now. Been a lot of twists and turns in this game. There has been in every game, to be fair.
22.
Right across the arena, across all days of qualifying. So much action, and it's all come down to these final few frames. Well, that little ripple of applause you can hear in the auditorium is because Hussein Vafai has actually won that frame and taken a 5-3 lead over Scott Donaldson. So that positional mistake that Scott made trying to get onto the brown has cost him that frame, and Hussein's one away now. Someone else who's looking to be one frame away from booking their place at the Barbican is this man. Ian Burns with a great chance. Just got to steady himself.
48.
Few deep breaths, just make absolute certain that you get over the line in this frame.
Well, he's standing up to this brilliantly, Ian Burns. This blue is frame ball for a 5-3 lead. What a UK Championship he's having. Remember, he'd won 3 matches before this one for the loss of just 2 frames. It is some run he's on.
44. 45. 50.
Well, he's done enough.
Ian Burns, 50.
70 in front, 51 on. Ian Burns 5-3, and a big task now for Zhou Yulong to stay in this match. So, just a moment or two ago, we left it on the brown with Vafai and Donaldson. And Donaldson left a chance, Vafai 6 in front, needing brown and blue. That's a really good pot because there's been a lot of safety. His arm might have tightened up there, but played it really well. And this was the blue that he needed to leave Donaldson needing a snooker. So just needed to drop it in.
Yes, it's been a really good contribution from Hussein. 3-1 down in this match he was, remember.
Yeah, and well, Donaldson needing a snooker, but got to keep the pink out first. Of course, in doing so, you don't know where he's going to finish. So Vafai fighting hard in this match, and like we've just seen with Ian Burns, moving to within a frame of victory. 5-3 to the Iranian number 1. Elliot Slessor and David Lilly. This is what's happening on table 4. It's 4-2 to Slessor, and he is powering on in frame 7.
After a real shaky start here on table 4, both players struggled to get off the mark this evening. It was very nip and tuck. There were so many mistakes, and it just looks like now that Elliot Slessor is starting to find his stride. Slowly working his way through the gears. He's played very, very well this week in qualifying. He'd love to get the job done, get himself to the Barbican. Of course, as would David Lilly here, as well as Made some big scalps this week to book his place at Judgment Day. Needs to get an angle here, Slessor, so he can just play up for the red just at the bottom of the pack that stuck the little cluster of 2. And play on that, and in doing so we'll open up the other red next to it. So this black, red and black will be enough to numerically get Elliot Slessor over the line in this frame. He'll want to try and pot another of the red, but they are tied up. So just needs to make sure that he pots this red in another colour.
54.
He can just run this cue ball through the bottom side of that pack, just flick one out. Yeah, very good. Very, very good, Elliot. And now this black. His frame ball.
Yeah, so in the last few minutes, various players have made their move, haven't they? Ian Burns, Hossein Vafai, and now Elliot Slessor will all be one from victory and a place in York. Remember, Slessor or Lily will play Zhang Anda, the newest member of the top 16, won the International Championship recently. Vafai or Donaldson play Shaw Murphy. And of course, Joe or Ian Burns will play Neil Robertson.
70.
Oh, nicely done. He's still going here. Potting them with great authority, sort of feels that he's in control now, and obviously the scoreline backs that up. It's been hard fought this match, but he's just made his move. Lily did win the last frame, but Slessor's put together an excellent contribution here.
70.
Chance of a century as well. Be a nice way to get to 5.
85. $91.
Yeah, so this brown, and it will be a century for Slessor to put himself on the brink of stepping out in York next week to take on Zhang Anda. Excellent stuff.
100.
Well, he's made these look very easy, you've got to say. So for a clearance of 118, the final black for Elliot Slessor, who's made his move well and truly now. 5-2, great break, one away from victory. That's the position both Hossein Vafai and Ian Burns find themselves in. Ian Burns on table 1 against Joe Long, 5-3 up. And this is what's happening in that next frame. Yeah, he was in on a break there, just didn't get on a red, so he's had to play safe. It's all getting a bit tense now, isn't it, as you'd expect to at this stage?
Yeah, the matches are going very close now, so there is going to be a lot of tension out there. 3 players in the arena now on 5, just looking for that last final frame. Always the hardest frame to win, though. This will be a class win for Ian Burns if he gets over the line. You know, at one stage, we've already mentioned, it was looking pretty bleak for him. There's been some crazy twists and turns, as there has across the arena, but he's had to back it up with some really good breaks himself. Try and take his chances when they've come, and he's done that nicely. Oh, he's tried to come thin off the pack and just missed the pink, and he's caught it a little bit too thick. Now, what's the damage? He looks up to the gods because he's praying he's not left a sitter for Zhou Yulong, and at first glance, it may not be as easy as he may have liked. He's got a couple of reds that will pot, but getting on a colour will need a little bit of accuracy. Red to middle, it seems. He's going to be coming across the face of the reds for the black into the left corner pocket.
Yeah, big pressure on it as well, where the reds are. In it goes. Well, that's a massive shot from Zhou Yulong.
Yeah, he made that look easy. That was a very big shot, as you say, Dave. Potting that red to right middle. That was very missable. Played it nicely. And if he pots this black and gets nice on a red, he'll be away here.
Well, it is a dream scoring position to be in, and he needs to at this stage. Thought he made 1 century in the match earlier on. He's 23rd of the season.
14.
Oh dear. Well, he's on nothing. Seemed a little under it in that break. He was really taking his time, and well, it's gone about as wrong as it could, as you can see. So just the safety.
That was a golden opportunity missed by Zhou Yulong. Look at where the reds are. The red that he ended up landing on with the cue ball was the problem red there, because it's in the way of the line of the black, which is the area you're playing for. Always worthwhile trying to remove those balls as quickly as possible. Just open up all the corridors to play in and around. Yeah, that's a nice shot from Ian Burns. He's found a good path there. Tap on the table from Joe, and rightly so. Playing through the reds, found the nice little gap. Good line and played a really good shot. He's cut off most of the reds. There's only a few reds that Joe Long can go at here. He's just looking past the green. It would help so much if he can catch a thin edge here, because that way he can get back to balk. The right side of the table looks pretty congested.
Well, we're going to just leave this frame for the moment because table 2, Hussein Vafai has got himself in 5-3, looking to try and fashion some sort of break here to get it won. We can show you just how he just got in literally moments ago. Yeah, this is the red. Great pot. And the pink has also gone in, so, well, very soon he's got to develop reds.
7.
Well, is he looking at the 2 as a plant, if he can get to them?
Well, we've seen a lot of plants already this evening. And there's another one. What a shot from Hussein Vafai. He's picked one out there and he's kept himself banging the balls, and he's got a chance now. Surely this has got to be a record this evening for the most amount of plants potted in one night. Everywhere you look around the arena, it seems someone's taken a mad plant on.
Yeah, he made it nicely, but he's got a tough shot coming up next. The plant's in, but what about this next red? Cue ball close to the side cushion. Well, he has got it, but it's just harder and harder to control things.
Well, if he's landed on this pink with an angle to go into the reds, there's one that is just to the bottom and left of the pink spot when it spots that he can play for if it passes the other red, so he can just float this pink in. Yeah, he's got that red, so pink's going to go back on its own spot here. There is a red that will pot.
20.
Or is that? Is he looking at the planet again? Surely not another one.
Well, it's like it's been played in a greenhouse. There's so many plants.
Well, he is playing the plant. Oh, and he's got nowhere. He's got nowhere near that. But that was a difficult one, and I'm pretty confident to say that was maybe a step too far there. That was a very, very difficult plant to make, and in getting so far away from it, never really threatened the pocket. He's left the red for Scott.
Well, he did, but again, not close, really.
Hussein's just trying to find a way to get over the line here because he's desperate for a chance that's going to take him to the Barbican. That's probably why he took that plant on. He's just itching for everything to go in here. Try and get this job done as quickly as possible. Sometimes you've just got to play the patient game. Sometimes the balls just dictate. They are doing at the moment. And he's obviously playing well enough. He's just got to bide his time and wait for his chance to come.
Well, it's such a thin one. It was quite hard to control the cue ball. Could have finished anywhere, really. So this frame still the way to go. David Lilly's been through the mill a bit tonight, but he's in frame 8 on table 4 against Elliot Slesser. 5-2 down, but fighting back.
Yeah, he'll keep battling, will David Lilly. He's a solid match player. He's been around for a long old time. He won't give Slesser any easy chances, that's for sure. He'll make him work for it. Yeah, good pot to the middle. That pink at pace was very missable. Played it nicely.
49.
So he's looking for pink and one more red here.
Wow. Just as he was looking good, he misses that one.
Yeah, and he's praying he doesn't land on the red. This is a little bit of an awkward one for Slesser to the left middle pocket, but I'm sure he'll be having a little go at it because he's so close to the... Well, he isn't. Can't blame him for that then. Gonna get in behind the green. Yeah, that's pretty good. Dave can only really rest up to the red on the black cushion here. We had one eye on his positional shot here, trying to get close to the red, and took his eye off the pink.
So we'll be back with this one shortly, but now let's go back to table 2. Scott Donaldson looking to fight back here against Hussein Vafai. 2 points in front, 5-3 down, of course. Saw Vafai go for a rather ambitious plant earlier. This is very tight, this red, clearly. He's had a good look at it. No problem. So, as long as that black goes, he's in business. All these matches could end up very close yet.
It is rocking, unfortunately.
Well, the referee do something to the black spot.
$24.
I suppose, I mean, the referees have been here a week. I suppose they're not in any rush now.
Yeah, they've been long days for the officials as well. Always do a stellar job. These are very, very important exchanges. right across the arena. Scott Donaldson clinging on now. Got a chance to take this to 5-4.
32.
So Donaldson trying to extend this match. Elliot Slesser trying to get his one. Here we go. 23 behind on the last red. Saw Lily miss that pink earlier when he was nicely in.
41.
Well, the red's not there, but Donaldson's potted that black, so 34 to the good. He's going to win that frame, it seems.
48.
Well, 2 snookers needed, so it should be 5-4. Oh, great pot from David Lilly. Just needs to land on a colour, and it's going to be 5-3, you think. Well, 2 yellows, I suppose, or a blue and a yellow. In fact, the blue should be sufficient. So it's all getting rather close, isn't it? So 5-3 over there. Let's go back to table 2. This battle continues on the yellow. 34 in it, so 2 snookers needed. And of course it's Vafai who needs them. Well, if he gets the snookers, we'll let you know. But let's go to table 1, see what's happening there. Joey Long and Ian Burns. 5-3 to Burns. This frame in a little bit of a lockdown. But these reds could be developed soon.
It's just got a little bit cagey, this match now. Neither player wanting to push the boat out. Both trying to keep it tight. Ian Burns doesn't want to give any chances away to let Yulong back into the match. And of course, Yulong cannot afford to give Ian Burns a chance because it will be the one that he wants to get over the line in this match.
Well, let's just open things up a bit.
That's a nice shot he's played there because the blue's cutting off the reds to the left of the screen, and he can only get through just past the green to the thin edge of the one just above the black, which isn't much value to him because he'll be sending it over towards the right corner pocket, and there's no guarantees he'll get the cue ball back to Bork that way. If he tries to rest on the red on the bottom of the cushion, he'll leave a thin cut on another red to the right corner. So this is trouble for Ian Burns. Well, he caught the red and he's found a way back to somewhere near baulk. Well, he is in baulk, but not deep baulk. But in flicking the red, he's pushed it over the left corner pocket. Zhou Yulong just lining this one up and down, just settling himself.
One.
Well, in goes the red, but he's a little bit in no man's land here. He's not nice on the pink because he's going away from the reds. The blue's not ideal. Yeah, he's disappointed with that one because he could have easily come round and given himself a bit more to go at than this.
It's all got very, very cagey now on all the tables. All 5-3. Very long taking the 6 points. Bafai still looking for 2 snookers on the yellow against Scott Donaldson. And Slesser and Lilly have just started their 9th frame.
Very long. 7.
Well, not good. You can see the red. There's another one in the open as well. He's already 17 in front. Going to need all 3 reds, though.
1.
Got an angle on the blue here to just top this past the green. Get the cue ball 1-2 cushions back down the table. Oh, how we'd love to flick this red out. How we'd love to flick this red out. Oh, he's got the double kiss, but that's okay. He's on the 1 red next to it. He does need that red, as Dave has just said, so he's looking for an angle here off a colour to get as close to that red as possible on the cushion or try and develop it. Got to be pretty accurate with this positional shot. Vitally gets an angle on the pink here.
Very long. 13.
Well, the same for Fine, meantime, has got one of the snookers on table 2. So there's now 28 in it with 25 on. So that's got a little bit more interesting than when we left it on the yellow. He needed 2 on the yellow, he needs 1 on the green. Yeah, this is what's happening there now. So 1 snooker needed. Scott Donaldson's got to be so careful here now. Here Burns goes in off meantime. And so that means Zhou Long just needs the red. And that'll be 5-4. In it goes, so that's got a lot closer as well, that one. That was a very cagey frame of snooker, you've got to say. And you've got to assume that the pattern will remain. Zhou Long digging in deep to get the frame when the in-off in the end was the key moment. Two snookers needed on the green for Ian Burns, but the green's in, so that frame is done. Yeah, Burns concedes, and so it is 5-4. So, well, here we are now. Scott Donaldson suddenly in big trouble. Look at this. Fafai needed 2 snookers on the yellow. He's got 1, and this is nasty. The black by the green. Well, the referee was the closest man to it all. No foul called.
Yeah, it was close, but it was definitely green first. Good shot from Scott Donaldson, because, yeah, that was pretty nasty when they're close together and you're playing a bit of a swerve. You're never quite sure. That's a handy little bump off the knuckle of the middle pocket.
Well, this is what the qualifiers are all about, isn't it? It's 8 minutes to 11. An epic battle for snookers on the green here to try and get into that draw for York next week. There's a path, there's a journey to get into these big tournaments. It's not just a question of turning up on day one. It is if you're in the top 16, of course. But they've all been in this position themselves in their careers. And they managed to claw themselves out of it for now and achieve that seeding. Good pop from Scott Donaldson after all that. That should make it 5-4. In fact, Fafai has conceded. So another tight one. Let's go over to table 4. Not much happened yet in frame 9 as we join it. Lily's just nailed a plant, another one. 5-3 it is to Slessor.
Yeah, shock horror. Another plant has just been steamed in by David Lilly. He's finished a little bit awkward on the black, so he may have to play safe. But look at this. There was distance between the reds. Went for it full-blooded. Could have landed plumb on the black, and he hasn't. It's quite thin. Do you take this on? 5-3 down. If you miss it, surely it's game over, because look at the reds. I don't think he can see anything else though, Dave, so he may have to, if not go for it, at least play safe off the black. Big sigh. It's been one of those nights for David Lilly. I feel your pain. Well, with that red over the right corner pocket, makes any shot that Dave plays fraught with danger. If he plays safe, he's got to cover it. If he goes for it, he's got to get it. Well, he's missed the black and he's played it full-blooded. You can't blame him for that. He was in a real spot there. So Elliot Slessor comes to the table. Only 2 points in this frame. The reds are absolutely everywhere. The two reds just above the black spot are a little bit of a hindrance when the black goes back on its spot. Here we see that black again. Very, very difficult. Queuing down over a ball. Very thin. Leaving everything.
Slessor gets a chance then to get the match won. Played some nice stuff. He's had a century in the match. But now it's about getting over the line. Zhang Anda waiting in the first round. I mean, just a few weeks ago, he would have expected to be caught up in the qualifiers, but of course won the International Championship, which got him in the top 16.
Yeah, and to be fair, as full of confidence as Zhang Anda will be, it'll be very interesting to see how he performs as a seed at the venue, because that itself brings a little bit of an added pressure to him. You know, he's always come in similar to these guys. He's played in the qualifiers, he's earned his place through, he's got a couple of games under his belt. He's there as a seed this time, and I wonder how he'll deal with that sort of pressure. It's a little bit different.
No, very true. We'll find out Saturday afternoon. He's on, I think, first up. Well, he couldn't fail to be on something there. There's so many reds in the middle of the table. Look, all about building a nice lead here. Trying to keep tight control of that white. It's a chance for sure to get it won. He's already had 2 good wins. Louis Heathcote, 6-1. And Graham Dott, the 2006 world champion, 6-3.
If the pink pots past the red, it would be ideal because it can go back on its own spot and it'll be an open play then. He's just having a little look at that. It must be very tight. He's just played a little cannon to the reds and just knocked the pink a little bit more safe, so not sure if that pots. We'll find out after this shot from Slessor. If not, he's got blue to work off for the time being. Black is available into the left corner pocket as well. Yeah, he's just weighing up his options here. He's just toying with the idea of it. 2 possible ways of playing this.
No.
So he's on the blue. Should be no issues navigating back down the table because green and brown are off its spot. Massive area to send the cue ball up and down there. Well, he's played a really nice shot there actually, because he's played that with plenty of left-hand side, run inside, round the angles. Landed it on a sixpence and he's nicely
15.
back down the business end of the table now.
I've only ever been to the last 32 of the UK Championship once. That was 3 years ago. It was actually the lockdown one in Milton Keynes 2020. Be much different walking out of the Barbican packed house in York at the weekend. That is what you want as a snooker player.
Yeah, and it was the same year that he qualified for the Crucible, and he made it very clear that he didn't enjoy it because there was no one there. And I always get the impression that Elliot thrives off an atmosphere. He likes performing, he likes being out there on the biggest stage. You know, it's what we all practice for. Some people crumble under that sort of pressure. Slessor tends to rise to that. He'll be absolutely buzzing if he wins this game and walks out at the Barbican. Oh, but he's missed the red. He's overcut the red, and that will disappoint him because that was a real chance, that. Possibly just overthinking things a little bit there, Elliot. He had so much going on in his mind, trying to work out a route to finish out that break, and he's missed the red, and oh, Dave has missed the red as well. Getting tense.
I can tell you on table 2, Scott Donaldson's taking a toilet break in the middle of a frame. So, well, when you got to go, I guess. Yeah, I mean, there's some mistakes. I'm just keeping an eye on all the tables. Mistakes creeping in everywhere. Ian Burns has just missed a blue when he was in early in his 10th frame. Going to take some winning all 3 of these matches now. 11 o'clock now it is, local time. Well, the wheels have fallen off, I'm afraid, right now for David Lilley. Elliot Slessor's got to sense the opportunity here. He's already had a chance in this frame. This is another one, 20 in front.
Yeah, he definitely can smell blood, Slessor. His body language is clearly the better of the two. He looks a lot more positive. Poor David Lilley looks like he's really going through the mill out there. Every shot's a pint of blood for him at the moment, and he's just not performing to the level that he would have liked. Slessor has just got to keep his composure, and you feel that he'll eventually get over the line in this game, the way things have gone. Never plain sailing though, is it? The frame you need to get over the line. Look at how messy this table is.
Well, it's pint of blood stuff, really, isn't it? Still, there's a chance at this red, though, to left middle. Nowhere near.
Unless there's a 6.
Well, we'll be back with this one in due course, but it's going to take some winning, whoever wins this frame. Of course, Slessor looking to get the match won. Let's go back to table 1, where Ian Burns is 5-4 up on Zhou Yulong. Zhou Yulong 20 points in front. Ian Burns did have a chance in this frame. He potted a red, he missed the blue to the yellow pocket. So the pressure, the tension is coming on everybody.
Yeah, and Zhou Yulong has, just before we've joined the action here on table 1, has played a pretty awful safety shot, and it looks like he's got away with it, because Ian's got to play a little bit of a swerve here. Yeah, and it made the difference. Zhou Yulong's played a safety shot off the red into the black, and the red's gone over that right middle pocket. He was very, very fortunate to cover it. As Ian Burns has been here, to be fair. He's covered the red up to the left corner.
Well, Hossein Vafai is, you can hear the applause, he's spotted a red, he's looking to get his match won. Let's see how far he gets towards the line. 5-4 over Scott Donaldson, who just, as I say, took that unscheduled toilet break. Sean Murphy's watching. As well he might be, of course, because he's waiting to see who wins this match. He'll play them at the Barbican. So far we've seen a bit of crawling towards the winning line. Can Hossein Vafai make a dash for it? Beaten Mark Selby, of course, at the Barbican in each of the last 2 years. He could have been there as a seed. He was in the top 16, but just slipped out. But if he could get on a run there in York, he could get back in again, of course. Certainly will be a dangerous presence in the draw, you feel, if he were to make it through. He's got to get there first. This is his chance to do exactly that. And just increase the international representation in this UK Championship.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's still a little bit of an awkward chance, this, because that black is tied up at the moment. He's going to have to play a few good shots if he's going to open this frame up and make it a real decent frame-winning chance. Be a little bit of mileage left in this frame yet. So a chance to get the reds moving here. He's going to be potting this red and screwing off the little cluster of 4.
Meantime, Ian Burns is in as well. He's 5-4 up against Zhou Yulong with a chance. And it would be a massive achievement for him to qualify. He would have had to have won 4 rounds. He came in the very first round of qualifying last weekend. Attention really was on the champion of champions then. Meantime, Vafai's played a great shot there. Look at this. He's got them all open. Things are happening now, Stephen.
Yeah, and this is where we really get to the crux of the action. Vafai playing a very aggressive shot there. It was the right shot to play. He's opened the pink, he's opened the reds, he's opened the black. If he can pop this blue up into the yellow bag, get nicely on a red, I think this could be curtains for Scott Donaldson. Meanwhile, Big Burnsy going well on table 1. In with a chance. What a performance he's put in this week. He'll be feeling it out there, make no mistake. But if he can just hold himself together for this visit, this could be a massive turning point in his season.
Yeah, and he played Neil Robertson. I remember he played him once in Wales, and this is absolutely true. Neil missed 1 pot in the match, and he still lost. He played virtually flawlessly. I think he missed a green. But Ian Burns also played great stuff. It was a best of 7. Anyway, right now he just wants to get to 6. So we've got eyes on both tables here. It's been, the last half an hour has been very cagey, but suddenly the chance has come for Vafai and Burns to book their places in the draw. It's very cagey, I can tell you, Slessor Lily. Not much happening in that frame. We'll be back to it in due course. This is an absolutely golden chance for Hossein Vafai. Burns just needs to come past that green, which he's done. Still needs a good pot to continue, though.
This is all over for me on table 2. Hossein Vafai he just looks so dangerous. You just don't fancy him missing when he gets in the balls. He's one of those players, he's so fluent, he's got a great tempo around the table. He's a very, very dangerous scorer. On his day, he is a match for anyone on the circuit. Got to play a couple more good positional shots. And just sort of covering one another at the moment. The Reds, in potting this black, will just free up another.
Meanwhile, Burns has missed the green. Yeah, it wasn't the most straightforward of pots at this stage. So that was a chance, but he's actually still behind in the frame. But Vafai is powering on here. The same Vafai 2 pots away from clinching his place against Sean Murphy in York.
Yeah, great stuff from Hussein. He's really attacked the winning line here, and that's what you've got to do. So authoritative round the table.
This is it, match ball. Yeah, great break actually from Vafai. What's Joey Long done meantime?
Yeah, and worth noting, Hussein was 3-1 down in this game. There was a few twists and turns pre-interval, but boy, has he put a shift in after the interval. He's played so well, Hussein Vafai, just to get back into this game. And he's seen out the match very, very nicely indeed.
So we've got 14 qualifiers with 2 matches to be resolved.
And what a way to seal your place at the Barbican for Hussein Vafai to mop these up and make the century break. And it's what all the best players do, make the ton to get over the winning line.
While Ian Burns has got another chance here. It's red to the left middle.
74.
Not to be though. Oh dear, he's had some chances there.
$81. 83.
Same Vafai has reached the last 16 at the UK Championship for each of the last 2 years. He's someone who seems to like the Barbican atmosphere. It's very lively up in York. He seems to suit his personality. He's a bit of an entertainer. And he's made an entertaining break here to win this match. He needs blue and pink to go out with a century.
So it's this pink for the ton, for the Prince of Persia, and what a fantastic performance he's put in all week. Very fitting to finish on a century. Well played, Hussein Vafai.
Yeah, when the chance came, he grasped the nettle, didn't he? And this has been a wonderful finish. 108, the clearance from Hussein Vafai, 6-4. He beat Scott Donaldson. It was tough, but he toughed it out. And he'll play Sean Murphy in the first round in York. Meanwhile, this 10th frame, Ian Burns has had a couple of chances, but Joey Long leads by 17. Still with some work to do, though. I can tell you it's still 5-3 Slessor over Lily. Lily's 3 points in front with 4 Reds left there.
I tell you what, this game has got a little bit of deja vu feel to it from last night. Very, very similar pattern to the Dave Gilbert-Jamie Clark match that we saw. That game went all the way, and I'm wondering if we're going to see the same here on table 1. You just don't fancy either player to make a frame-winning contribution at the moment, the way it's going. Both are making mistakes, which is understandable. There's a lot at stake out there.
Hats off as well to the hardy spectators who are still here enjoying this. It's, what, 11:15 at night? But they want to see every ball of this qualifying drama.
Very long 14.
What have you made it all, Stephen, then, as we sort of come in towards an end? You've enjoyed watching the other players twitch up.
Yeah, it's a lot easier sat behind the microphone, but I can relate to what they're going through out there. I've been involved in a judgment day myself in the past in the World Championships, and it's very, very nervy. What a pot that is from Zhou Yu Long, by the way. Fantastic red down the cushion. But yeah, it's been a great experience. I've loved every single minute of it. Seeing all the live action unfold, it's amazing how many twists and turns you see. You know, if I was at home, I wouldn't necessarily be watching every game because I'd probably be on the practice table myself, to be fair. But to see it all happen live, it's been really, really entertaining. I've loved every minute of it. And it'd be really interesting to see how the qualifiers fare at the Barbican as well. It's such an interesting prospect that. How are they going to go against the top 16 players in the world? Wouldn't it be great to see a qualifier lift the title?
Yeah, I think it's two-sided. One, they're coming in feeling great with matches under their belt. But two, that environment at York does favour, obviously, the top players who are used to winning tournaments. So we'll see. The two will maybe cancel one another out. There'll be upsets, guaranteed. How many? We don't know. And like you say, could a qualifier go all the way? Problem is you've got to get past so many big names, haven't you? You know, you beat one, you've got another 3 or 4 waiting in the draw.
No, he's coming off the side cushion here. Burns, he would like to just push the red towards another cushion if he can. Doesn't want to try and be too clever with this shot. He just has to get this object ball safe. Well, he's got a little bit more pace than I thought he may have done. And he's left a little tempter for Zhou Yu Long. 24 points already to the good. Red and black will be enough.
Yeah, good pot. So he's toughed through this frame, but it looks like he's got the result he was after. The black, and he leads by 32 with 27 on. Two snookers needed.
So, barring anything dramatic here, we're going to a decider. What more can you want at 20 past 11 on a Thursday evening? On the final day of qualifying, we're going all the way here on table 1. It's a one-frame shootout for a place at the Barbican. So much at stake for both of these players. Who's going to come out on top? Let us know if you're watching at home, at Stephen Horworth, at David Hendon. Send in your predictions. The decider's yet to come.
Yeah, and we're going to hear shortly from Hussein Vafai, but obviously we'll keep our eyes on the decider. In the other match, it's still 5-3 Slessor against Lily. 2 reds on, 3 reds on actually, 4 points in it, and it's been not the most aesthetically pleasing frame, I've got to be honest, but very important one. Obviously Slessor just trying to get over the line. That's all he's interested in. And Lily holding on, trying to keep himself in contention. So let's go to Rob Walker. He's with our latest winner, Hussein Vafai.
Thanks very much, Dave and Stephen. What a shift you're putting in the commentary box. And Hussein, what a shift you put in out on the main tables. Congratulations. Through to the Barbican again, a venue you love and a place where you thrive. But you needed a big comeback there against Scott Donaldson. 2-0 down, 3-1 down. You came out brilliantly after the mid-session interval.
Yeah, first of all, hi to all the snooker fans in all over the world. Thanks for every support. Thanks for everything everyone doing for this sport getting bigger. And yeah, to be honest, Scott Donaldson was playing really well, and I wasn't feeling that bad. But to be 3-1 down, and then I think I was a little bit slow, or maybe the game was making me a little bit like that, and then I realized, and then I changed something, and then all of a sudden I get my game back, and then I start scoring and get a little bit of momentum, and then after that I make it tough for him a little bit, yeah.
And just hold your microphone a little bit higher. And we just wanted to show you the end of the 7th frame, because it looked like Scott Donaldson was going to steal this one from you, and you probably weren't expecting him to miss this, because his clearance up until this point had been fantastic. So all of a sudden, he looks like he's going 4-3, but you had the chance.
To be honest with you, it was really good clearance. He went for the double.
Yes.
And then he got the double, and then after that, all of a sudden, he put himself in a very good position. But I landed very bad on the black, and then I had to go for that red was under the cushion, so it was missable. I missed that one, and then I gave him chance to clear up, and then finally, thanks God, he missed the black.
And what a way to finish the match as well, with a lovely century.
Yeah, fantastic. Always great to finish the match with century. Well, it couldn't be any better than that.
And you've got really good memories of the Barbican, because you've beaten Mark Selby there for the last 2 successive years. And we've spoken about this before, when you've gone on deep runs on the live ITV events in front of a big crowd. You love stages like the Barbican, you love the bright lights, you love being on TV. It tends to bring out the best in you. The bigger the tournament, the bigger your performance.
Yeah, I love to play in a big events, and I love the good atmosphere. I love make it loud as possible. As this is my advice to all the snooker fans: come to the New York Barbican and make it loud as possible. And otherwise it's become very tough for the players to perform really well. Once too many people are watching you, and you focus a little bit more, and then you want to show the good performance. That is the reason. Yeah.
And you'll need a good performance, because you're up against Sean Murphy. And I had a quick check on Q Tracker. Sean Murphy's watching, by the way, so you can send him a little message.
Yeah. Hi, Sean.
Yeah, you've only played at the shootout, so this will be the first time you've played in a traditional format ranking event, and it's going to be a big occasion. He, like you, loves to perform in front of a crowd. That's going to be a great match.
Yeah, hopefully both of us show the good match, and then make the best man win. So it doesn't matter, win or lose for me. Yeah, it's such an honor to share the table with someone like Sean Murphy.
Oh, beautifully put, and he will be extra fired up for the match. So thanks for watching, Sean, and a fantastic performance, Hussein. Well done. We will see you once again on the big stage at the Barbican. Hussein Vafai making it through the cauldron of Judgment Day. And we're not quite finished yet, are we, Hendo?
We're absolutely not. Well done to Hussein. And let's now show you the last 2 matches then. We've just started the decider, show you Long and Ian Burns. And look at the frame next door. 5-3, but he's sort of gone into safe mode. The ball's going on cushions, and Slessor just had a chance. He potted a red, missed the blue, not the yellow on the cushion. So 5-3 there. That could be a real late finish if Lily gets back into it. But the decider, it's all, as Stephen said now, a shootout on table 1. Show you Long and Ian Burns. 5 all it was. 5-3 to Burns. sort of decider will we get? Will we have one player getting in, killing it off in one visit? Will it be nip and tuck right down to the colours, a scramble? We'll find out. Could be maybe a great clearance made at some point. You just never know.
Yeah, I think from what we've seen so far in this game, there's been so many twists and turns. It's hard to see one player just getting in and you know, finishing the job off in one visit. Although I think if one player is to do that, from what we saw in the last frame, Ian Burns has had a few chances that he's failed to really take advantage of, and Zhou Yulong is a very experienced player for someone so young. He's experienced bigger occasions more than Ian Burns has, so he'll probably be a little bit more equipped in that department.
Look at the Reds already opening themselves up. So, could be the first man in. Wins it. It's not always that straightforward, of course. You know, what is it? 25 past 11 at night in the final round of qualifying. There's a lot of pressure on. And it's always been like this. Of course, we haven't always had the opportunity to see it, but now that we are, this is typical of what it's always been like in qualifying. Zhou Yulong with a chance then.
Yeah, hand on the table. He's having a go at this red. Oh, what a pot that is. What a pot. Zhou Yulong taking the bull by the horns and having a stab at a long red. Hit this one nicely, and he's got the cue ball round. He's got a chance out of colour here. Black tied up, pink tied up. Only the blue to go off for the time being. But a definite chance to get a few points on the board.
If you weren't with us earlier, he was 2-0 up, cruising towards 3-0. Missed the yellow off its spot, frame ball. Suddenly he was 3-2 down. He was 5-3 down. He had to dig in. But he gets first chance in this decider. I feel like he's won the tournament. Never mind, just got into the main draw. Remember, it's Neil Robertson awaiting now. Then they've taken a break on table 4. I think Slesser needs the facilities.
Yeah, you take your time, Elliot. We've got all night.
12.
No, it's very tense out there, you know. A lot at stake, as we keep saying. Anyway, full focus here on table 1. Zhou Yulong, in potting this red, he's going to open the pink spot up, so
14.
he's got a high-value colour in open play now. And look at the reds, Dave. They're spread exactly as you'd want them, really. He just wants to keep his focus here for a few shots, keep building a lead. This could be his chance to get over the line.
Well, heavy scoring is the story of his season. I mean, he's not been past a quarter-final in a ranking event, but he's had 23 centuries. So he's right up there. Judd Trump's miles in front on 46, but Mark Williams 24 is next. Zhou Yulong 23. So he's been reliable in this sort of situation, is what we're saying this season. Can he do it in a frame that really matters here, the decider?
19.
Well, Ian Burns has had a great tournament, but he's just waiting to see if he gets back to the table here. He's got to keep himself focused. The chance might come. We've seen so many unexpected moments and misses and errors that it could happen yet.
25.
Yeah, that's a good point, Dave. It's vital that Ian tries to stay in the zone here. He's let a 5-3 lead slip, and it's been very scrappy stuff. He's got to cling on to the hope that Zhou Yulong may throw in a quick one at some point throughout this visit, and if he does, Ian Burns has to be poised and ready. He may not get the chance, and then all you can do is doff your cap and say fair play, shake his hand and move on, but he may get a chance, and that's the hope he's got to cling on to, and when he does, if he does, he's got to be ready.
40. One. Seven.
Well, he has missed. He decided to take the red to middle there. All the reds were kind of covering one another and it was getting a little bit awkward. He felt there was value in taking the red to middle. He's missed it, and here's the chance that Ian was waiting for.
Yeah, and he might have just nudged the black into play there. I'm not sure if that pot's to left corner, but that would certainly help Ian Burns. Well, a late twist. We've seen plenty of those this week.
One.
Now then, Ian just needs to steady the ship here. Take a few deep breaths. These first few shots of this break are so important. Just needs to try and find his rhythm again. Try and find his cueing arm as well, because the last few frames have not been great. Just needs a little bit of table time here.
7.
There's a definite chance to get back into the frame at the very least.
Ian Burns, the world number 105, had to start in round 1 of qualifying. Has beaten 2 players without losing a frame, and then a good 6-2 win over Jack Jones. But now, the most important visit of his season so far, you feel.
15.
Can be tough down the ranks if you're losing in qualifiers. You're never really seen on the circuit. But if you walk out at the UK Championship in York, live on the BBC and Eurosport, you're definitely on the radar.
These are big, big moments for Burnsy now. He's just got to stay laser focused. Oh, that's wiped its feet. Nothing's going to be straightforward, is it?
21.
That pink has only just wriggled in. Looking for an angle on the pink again now to play for the reds into the same pocket that he's potting this pink. Come up a touch straight, so he may have to play on the red over the left side of the table. Again, he's potted that pink thick, so he's not quite travelled with the cue ball. He's going to have to get the long tackle out now, and he's going to have to play another good shot as well. And these reds are tricky down the cushion, especially with all the extensions and equipment out. First and foremost, he's got to get the pot. He can just stun this cue ball out, leave an angle on the pink to the middle to get back across for the reds. Well, he could have done with coming out a little bit further than that. This pink is definitely missable now.
29.
Made slightly easier by the fact that it's a natural angle to come across the table for the reds. Don't take your eye off the pink, Ian. Just taking a second just to try and set himself. He knows where he wants to be. He's just trying to steady. Yeah, that's a good pot. Well played.
Oh, no. So they've each had a chance. There's 2 points in it. You kind of knew it wasn't going to be plain sailing in the decider for either.
Just left himself a little bit too much to do there with the cue ball. He was trying to screw back off the side cushion, get nice on the pink again. Just thrown a quick one in and took his eye slightly off the pot. You can definitely sense the tension. Well, that's a nice pot from Zhou Yulong. He's cued that lovely. He's controlled the cue ball very nicely as well. Didn't overhit that shot.
Well, meanwhile, there's been a long standoff between Slesser and Lily, but Slesser fluked to snooker on the yellow. In escaping, Lily left the yellow. Slesser's potted it. He needs them all. That look at where the black is. So that, you feel, is going to be the key now.
Yeah, what a moment this is for Elliot Slesser. He was a bit cruel, actually. He's, as you say, got out of a snooker himself and fluked one back. Dave's left it. 4 balls away from a place at the Barbican. You can get nice on this pink. Surely he's got to take the double on the final black. If he can get down the table, what a way to win the match that would be. Well, if he's dead straight on this pink, it is a little bit awkward, but he may have just a trace of angle, which is enough to get down the table. Somewhere in line with where the black is would be pretty good.
Meanwhile, Zhou Yulong is still going somehow here, but we're watching Slesser here, pink and black. Well, it's all come down to this for Elliot Slesser. Can he double the black to put himself into the main draw against Yang Ander at York?
I do fancy this one. He's left himself pretty much perfect there.
And it goes in. Elliot Slesser at the death in frame 9. It was a long old frame between two good friends. A right old battle. But Elliot Slesser dramatically clears up. Doubles the last black. And he is the 15th qualifier for York. Worth seeing again. Nailed it.
27.
Well done to him.
Yeah, congratulations, Elliot Slesser. That was a really grueling performance from both players. So tight, very tense, loads of mistakes, twists and turns. It's what Judgment Day's all about, eh, Dave?
Well, speaking of which, look at this frame now. 9 points in it. Blue over the pocket, 2 reds left. I mean, I said what sort of decider would we get. What we wanted was basically this, a close one. And it's what we've got, and it's what we sort of expected, I think.
Yeah. And the MrQ UK Championship qualifiers have all come down to this. The last spot at the Barbican, it was a one-frame shootout. It could go right down to the wire. 9 points in this frame. Very tight indeed. I just can't call it. I just can't call it. This is too close to call. Who's going to hold themselves together the best here? Big moments for Ian Burns. What an achievement it will be to come through 4 qualifying rounds here. It's so intense. He's had to stay in the zone pretty much for a week.
We've seen close up again what a mentally demanding sport snooker is. You know, it really is draining, and there's so much that you can control, there's a lot you can't control. It all adds to the mix, and well, here we are. This is why you play, of course, to try and get yourself into the final stages of a big event, and it's all on the line for these two. It will be massive for the man at the table, though. Ian Burns down at 105 in the rankings.
Yeah, coming up to 5 hours of play. Started at 7 PM this game. It's all come down to this, a mammoth shift from both players. Both reds in the open now as well. No colours safe. So there's so much pressure on every shot. One mistake, it could be the last.
Tempting about taking the pot on is the blue. It's guaranteed. But as ever, if you don't get it, and it's where they all finish.
Yeah, this is huge. As you say, the blue's waiting, but if he doesn't get the pot, where's the red going to finish? Hold on to your hats if he's going for this one. Oh, Dave, pick that one out. What a pot he's played there.
Well, every credit to Zhou Long. He took the chance. He sensed the chance. It's one thing to see it, it's another to take it. Look at this. This is one of the pots of the week, actually.
Yeah, that's a superb strike from Zhou Long because he was playing that from off the cushion. And on the cushion. Oh, and what a knuckle he's had there. Can you believe it? The snooker gods are out in force. That is incredible.
6.
Well, it's his to lose now. 15 in front. He's finished plumb on the red.
Oh, I feel sick for Ian, to be fair, because he's played so well this week. He's had a couple of chances. It's so nerve-wracking out there. The tension has been high all evening, and it's come down to this.
He will fear, I'm sure, that that's it, but we'll see. We've seen plenty of twists. Zhou Long in that third frame, missed frame ball out of nowhere. He's got to just keep himself ready if the chance comes, but it's going to have to come soon.
Well, my heart is racing here. This is it. Zhou Long booking his place at the Barbican. He knows.
The green is frame ball He'll play Neil Robertson if he pots it. Well, I think it's fair to say, once again, the 2 judgment days delivered, and we had drama right to the end. Zhou Yulong potted that terrific red, and you see the little smile on his face as the green went in. He knows he's done it.
Yeah, and it's fitting that it's come down to the final few balls here. It's been a mammoth week. It's such a shame there has to be a loser. But unfortunately, it is going to be Ian Burns on this occasion. He'll be back. He's played so well this week, and I hope he takes a lot of confidence from his performances. But it's Zhou Yulong that's going to be heading to York. It's where all roads have lead this week. All the players have been battling it out, and our last man through is Zhou Yulong.
Yeah, thrilling stuff. He was 5-3 down in the match, remember? But Zhou Yulong has done it at the death. And quite a few people, as you can see, were still here watching. Ian Burns had a great tournament, just couldn't quite get himself over the line. Great relief for Zhou Yulong. And that completes the extraordinary drama of Judgment Day. Zhou Yulong, the last qualifier. I want to thank Stephen Hallworth. What a shift you put in, Stephen. Thanks for being here. And we, of course, look forward now to Saturday and the last 32. And when that starts on the BBC and Eurosport, if you've been with us this week, you will know exactly how everyone's got through, just exactly what they've had to do and had to go through to take their place in the last 32. The tournament doesn't start on Saturday. It started last Saturday. And my word, these qualifiers have seen some great snooker, some great drama, the odd unexpected moment as well. But in the end, we have our 16 qualifiers to take on the top 16 at York. Congratulations to Zhou Yulong. He was the last of them. So, that's it from myself and Stephen. But to wrap up the qualifying, the 2 judgment days, let's join Rob Walker.
Thanks very much, Dave, and a huge thanks to you. What a shift coming straight off the back of the champion of champions. We've had 6 scintillating days of qualifying, and Judgment Day 1 and Judgment Day 2 more than lived up to all the hype and expectations. So all roads now lead to the Barbican. Just a quick recap. We've had a whole host of brilliant players. We've had world champions knocked out. We've had some world champions through, UK champions out. UK champions have made it through the draw. Brilliant form. The match we're all looking forward to. Ding Junhui against Mark Allen. A rerun of last year's final. Ding got there courtesy of beating Robbie Williams. Fan Zhengyi beat Michael White, and he'll be up against a former UK champion in Mark Williams. Pang Junxiu beat Craig Steadman. He's facing Judd Trump, this season's outstanding performer with 3 titles. Wan Sijun beat a former champion, Ken Doherty, to take on the reigning world champion, Luca Bracel. 2 Jamies made it through yesterday from Wales. Jones faces Lazowski. Clark will be up against Kyron Wilson. 2 players from Thailand made it through yesterday. Tepchaya Anu beat Ricky Walden. He'll face Rob Milkins. That'll be fast and furious. And Nopon Siankam is up against Tom Ford into the top 16 and therefore automatically qualifying for the first time amongst the elite. Mark Joyce beat Joe Perry and he'll take on Mark Selby in a kind of Midlands derby. Matt Selt beat Liu Heo Chan just as he did to the Indian Open title 4 years ago. He's up against practice partner Ali Carter. Ben Wollaston coming back from injury and illness. He's up against Barry Hawkins. Really important win for Ben this afternoon. And his Leicester teammate, as it were, Joe O'Connor, beat Stephen Maguire, who won the UK title in 04. And his reward is a meeting with John Higgins. Anthony McGill won the battle against Anthony Hamilton. His reward is a match against Ronnie O'Sullivan on Tuesday afternoon. And remember, their second round match at the Crucible a couple of years ago went all the way to a decider and McGill won it. Iran's Hossein Vafai will have his first long frame format match against Sean Murphy. A fantastic match to come. It'll be played in a wonderful spirit, courtesy of coming back from 3-1 down against Scott Donaldson. We've just seen Zhou Yulong recover from 5-3 down against Ian Burns. He'll be facing Neil Robertson. And Elliot Slesser, a 6-3 winner over his good friend David Lilly, and that means he's facing Zhang Anda. So many moments of drama, so much late-night heroics, And at the Barbican, we'll get ready to do it all over again. Thanks for your company over the last couple of days. Every ball, every frame, every match, it'll be on the BBC and it'll be on Eurosport. Don't you dare miss it. We'll all be there. Bye-bye from the Morningside Arena, and roll on Yorkshire. We're on our way. Cheers, guys.
Great sporting events make great stories. On Discovery Plus, watch Lycra Warriors battle.
Can you believe it?
Hot shots fire.
It's just been another masterclass.
Sharp shooters strike.
The job is done.
And witness the greatest sporting event in the world.
Spectacular performance.
There's live